That's it. How are they doing?
No minutes, right, Jen?
Probably that one.
Jen, no minutes to approve?
Huh?
No minutes to
Oh,
approve?
No.
but it could be the
We'll skip right over
Could
that,
be
no one will
the,
notice.
multi-district
Good to go?
development, 60 feet tall.
You ready?
That's in there somewhere.
Welcome, everybody. This is the Sutton Planning Board meeting. It's September 23rd, 2019, and it's 7 p.m. Planning Board time. We don't have minutes to approve. We'll do that at our next meeting. We have no filings. We have no
Oh,
form.
wait.
We do have one.
Mr. Attorney Curtsey.
Oh,
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm just filing a request for a special permit for property located on 8 Lots Road, 8 Lots Road and West Milton Road.
come on up.
Oh, thank you.
Come on up, yeah.
It's just for filing. I'm woefully underdressed. I apologize. I thought I'd just be dropping it off. So it's a filing for a retreat lot special permit to be accessed also by a common driveway off of West Milton Road. That common driveway already exists. There are 2 houses on the common driveway. They're family members for the applicant. The applicant has since purchased a rather large 25-acre tract of land that stems out to 8 Lots Road, and it's 25 acres in the back, and it butts up against his father and his sister. They access their property along West Millbury Road with a common driveway. He wants to tie into that, so that would be the 3rd house on the common driveway, and we'll be looking for a retreat lot special permit for the property.
Alright,
Okay.
so the only question will be on a retreat lot. Usually if a retreat lot is on a common drive, the common drive has to be on the retreat lot. So we'll review that. You and I will touch
Yeah.
base tomorrow and
Okay.
see if it is an acceptable application or not.
What's the address on 8 Lots Road?
It's 82 8 Lots Road.
Because the world is watching,
Yeah,
so,
82 8
so
Lots
we
Road.
know.
So
Thank you for coming in.
Filing,
Just
I know
pop
there'll be
those
a
here
public hearing.
and then call me tomorrow and we'll pal them.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, members.
Thanks for coming in. All right. And, let's see, that was Form A. We need to endorse a plan for 352.
No, you're good.
No?
We did that. I don't know why it keeps getting copied.
All right. And we have some correspondence.
Right, you have some accessory apartment questions from Sienna Roy. So Sienna, if you can come up and just talk to the board.
Hi. Hi, Sam.
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
So I just came here today to, say thank you for having us, and we just recently moved to Sutton after living in Northbridge. My dad's been in Northbridge for 60 years, and our family decided we all wanted to try to stay together. My parents have unfortunately come down with some health conditions. My mom requires frequent monitoring. She has, kind of sporadic anaphylactic reactions to things, and requires just someone to be right there. I work as a nurse, and I'm currently in school to become a nurse practitioner. So we all thought it would be a good idea to try to stay together, separate but together. And so we bought 188 Hartness Road that has a wonderful main house and then a previously commercial barn. And so my boyfriend and I were looking to take up residence in the barn. My parents would have the main house. So we got the code changed, the 1090, had my field card from Joyce downstairs. And so the code's been changed, and she advised me to apply for an accessory apartment application. And the issue we've run into now with the application is that the barn exceeds the square footage allowance. It's 1,200. The main floor is at, I believe, 1,320, and we could subtract the stairwells, some crazy math. But also one of the issues is an accessible upstairs loft that has stairs that lead up to it. It is unfinished. It's particle board. The windows don't open. It does contain some of the air ventilation system that occupies a third of the floor space. Occupies a third of the floor space, and there's no heating or cooling up there. And so our thought was that maybe this upstairs loft could be classified as maybe an attic, and not be included in the livable space, and that would put us maybe in the realm of being approved for this accessory apartment application. So we, Jen and I have been talking over email for a few weeks now, and she advised us to come and talk to the board. So here we are, and just trying to get on the same page with what might need to be done in terms of getting compliant with this application, or where we're at and what we can do.
Alright, so let me grab the plans that Sienna dropped off so you can kinda get your eyes on it.
Sienna, thanks for coming.
Thanks for
Yeah.
having me. This is my dad.
All right.
Nice to
Let me
meet
tell
you.
you how it works.
Please.
You're doing a great job. I'll ask you how we
Thanks.
did at the end of all this stuff, because that's what I like to do. Anyone can come and be on the agenda. And all kinds of stuff comes up for the planning board. We have zoning that we have to, no matter who you are, no matter what, we have to make sure that all the decisions we make don't have ripple effects, so everyone else can come in. So
Right,
we have to
absolutely.
kind of go by the rules. And typically what happens is if someone comes in, I ask board members to weigh in, say what they think, if they think anything at all, or if they're confused. Ask Jen to weigh in, if there's anyone here that wants to put in public comment. We're fortunate, we have people who come to planning board meetings that are on
Definitely.
different boards, and they say, well, before you make any decision, you might wanna consider
Right.
this, and
Right,
then we try to do business.
And
And
we're
I
not
have an
trying to set
agenda.
any
I'm the
precedents for
current
bending
chairperson.
the rules, just trying to be good
And I have an agenda
town
that has a
residents.
7:10 item on the agenda, and typically I'm watching the clock saying there's someone here with a lawyer, they're paying by the hour, so if it gets to be one of those things that goes round and round, I might just say, wait till the end, if it's worth it,
Mhm.
come back next meeting,
Right.
but,
Right, and this is a work in progress.
Yep.
By no
Okay.
means do we need a decision tonight, we're just trying to make sure we
Alright.
do the right things here.
so I met you as I walked in.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard,
Thank
welcome
you.
to Sutton.
So what
Jen?
you see on the screen is the existing barn that we're talking about, and you see a floor plan underneath that has the various levels of the building with the garage under, and then the first floor, and then the loft that Sienna talked about. She has brought over the architectural plan so you can actually see how this goes. This was a home office in the past, which is what she was talking about on changing the code, because there's no longer a home office here. So you have a garage, then you have this office space that she wants to turn into the apartment, and then you have this loft. However, if you look at the language of our accessory apartment bylaw, you can't have storage space that you can get to directly from the apartment. So she has on this floor about 1,320 square feet, so she's a hair over. If you subtract out these stairwells, she's pretty close to 1,200 in terms of if this was all the accessory apartment. But right now, you can go right up these stairs to the loft, which is fully accessible space, and then you risk that, not that she would do this, but again, precedent, that somebody could pop a bed up there or whatever up there, and it could become usable space. So that's why our bylaw says you can't have space like this that's directly accessible. Now, the good news is, the other thing our bylaw says is that when appropriate in specific cases, you can grant waivers where you find they're appropriate. I did talk to Sienna about the cleanest, best thing to do is to close that off and put an outside access to the loft. And then there's just no more question. But obviously, this building has existed for some time. It's a very attractive business building, and you hate to make those kind of structural changes if you don't have to. So what she's looking for before she files is your input on, first off, like I said, this is 1320 with the stairways included. Our bylaws, again, say you can't exclude any area. So is she in trouble with the 1320? And the second thing is, would the board even be open to a waiver for this loft if they place some condition that it can never be, made habitable or whatever, or do they want it completely closed off, to remove any kind of potential issue? So that's the summary of the two things she needs to know.
Okay, so what do you think, Kyle? I'll start on the right tonight. And I have no idea what they're gonna say, but here's the way the wind's blowing.
Now, you said the upstairs, the loft has air
It has like air handling systems, kind of like an HVAC.
that takes up most of the space, or?
Yeah.
Takes up about
I'd
a
say
third,
about a
they've got it
third.
covered,
Okay.
but it's, it runs, it's, noisy as
Yeah.
air transfers through.
I mean, I don't wanna see them have to put stairs outside up to there, that very nice looking barn. If the upstairs has air handling stuff, and then no one's gonna wanna live up there anyway, next to that.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree with Kyle as well. You know, obviously, when I first heard it, the first thought was take off the stairs going up to the attic, and then it's not, you know, but that would, you know, kind of a lot of expense, and I mean, would have to, you said you have to add an access from the outside to the house, which would be changing the outside too, so, I mean, other than that, the rest of the square footage is pretty close to the 1,200, I mean, so, you know, I think it could be doable then, I mean, I think it's, you know, I think we give it someone, like you said, maybe just having conditions that, like Jen mentioned about, you know, you've gotta kinda pledge that nobody lives up there, adds an extra bed, and
Right.
might be, you know, but these type of conditions, if you need them, would probably be, but.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just weigh in, and just because I'm in sequence, I appreciate you coming in. My mom owns a house in Sutton, that there's 2 families in. It's before all this stuff. The history is, the fact that this situation was happening, and with all great intentions, people were making 1-family homes, 2-family homes. And when the 911 call came, they went to the wrong door, the only door that they had. So we drew a line in the sand. There's a specific date where we said accessory apartments are something we need to consider and allow to happen in town. But we want it to always feel like it's a 1-family house. So you're on the other side of that line, and that's why I appreciate you coming in, because some people probably are doing it, we don't know until they dial 911 because the house is on fire, and they go to the wrong door.
Right.
So that's the spirit of the law, if you will. When I heard everyone talking, I was looking at the staircase on the bottom of this plan, and I thought if an outside door was put in there and it was blocked, that might be a way to make the numbers work as opposed to working on the central thing. But I do want to say yes, because you're here and you're being forthcoming. But we also have to think about all the future people that come in with similar buildings that have stairs that go upstairs. So if we can find a way to make sure the numbers and the square footage is as close as it can possibly be to what's allowed. We thought it was a great idea. And we came up with a set of plans for accessory apartments, and every person that came in couldn't do it because the numbers were wrong. So we, as a planning board, had to say, wait a second, if we've had 6 people come in and no one can do it, we're not here to say no. So we expanded it to the numbers that we have now. But that didn't mean that we shouldn't be expanding it. It's just a number that we made up that seemed to allow people to have accessory apartments that was safe for everyone involved. So that was just a thought that I had, was an outside door and then a door on the inside that didn't go in. That'll eliminate some space. I'm spending your money though.
Go ahead, Scott.
So the first floor, I assume, is the same dimension as the second floor, right? The garage is the same square footage as the first floor? I've been in this structure, I think that's how it's done.
I think the garage might be the
Encompasses
same
the whole-
footprint as the
Yeah.
first floor.
Right, because it says here that
RV.
must be a portion of the main dwelling or no more than 50% of a detached accessory structure such as a garage, so,
Yeah, so you've got a underground garage, under garage, and an under basement. Like, is Nick here? Nick's here.
Primarily the
it's
garage,
the
there's a
garage.
small walkway from the
Anything there,
garage,
right?
the hallway to go upstairs, and that's where the furnace is as well.
okay.
You've got a porch off the back,
Yeah. like
porch
that.
off the
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these look like they're stacked, equally. Looks like you've got a garage and maybe some storage or basement space near the garage too, or is it all garage?
It's all garage, there's maybe like a
11 feet wide?
4-foot
It's
hallway.
it's a big garage.
It is.
Uh-huh.
It's a very big garage. There's more storage space in the garage than
And
I've
it's-
seen,
and it's-
plus 3 cars, so.
And it's deep, yeah.
I just don't know what all those symbols mean.
So this was allowed by variance from the ZBA, I believe, right?
Well, I
when
mean,
he
you can
built
build
this?
any kind of garage you want, and you can have a rec room or whatever. I believe they either allowed a home business, or a home occupation. Home occupation, you don't even need, you just need the yay God from the building commissioner. The home business, you need a use permit from the zoning board of appeals. I don't know which one this got, but that, it had enough permission that it was showing up on the assessor's map. So, say commercial, office, building, commercial, industrial. So, that office use on the first floor was allowed by the zoning board or the building commissioner at some point in the past. And obviously, so you just needed that permission. Otherwise, it can be as big as you want, it's a garage.
So does the Board of Health, there's a septic, is it tied into the septic system? There's a bathroom up there, right? Bathroom and a shower?
Not up in the loft, on the main floor,
On the
there's a
first floor.
bathroom, but no shower.
So this is, I read this, that we may waive strict compliance if it deems it in the public interest and determines that the intent of the bylaw's been met. So this structure is smaller than the house, right? It's already existing, it's not like it's being built. It could be just a garage, or it could serve this purpose. So although, I can see that, I can see the board, recognizing that as a waiver. That's my 2 cents.
All right.
How, what's the square footage of the living space going to be?
The living space currently is at 1320, including the stairwells.
Yeah.
I measured out the square footage of the stairwells, and it's 85 feet. So
Yeah.
if that was subtracted from the 1320, that would leave us pretty close to the 1200.
Okay,
Without the loft.
without the loft,
Yeah,
of
without the
course,
loft.
yeah.
The loft gives another,
enough.
I think it was 390.
it's, I can't, 330 is what it looks, I don't know. It's hard to read this card, cause I don't understand the codes. So, attic expansion finished, attics finished,
I'm not doing that.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay,
Close enough.
okay, thank you, that's the
All right.
board.
Is it-
Any
is-
comments from the public? Anyone here?
So I have a question. Did you buy this property thinking this is what you were gonna do?
Yes.
Yeah.
But did you look at the bylaw at that time?
Didn't look at the bylaws. I had conversation with somebody, I think they sent in an email, and they suggested that whatever the O'Malleys had as a permit on the barn likely would go away at the sale of the property, and then we would have to approach the board again. No, nothing very specific. To be honest, I never anticipated we'd run into a little bit of an issue with square footage. The intent, as Shauna said earlier, was that, most times when the kids get a little older, they wanna move away. In this case, they wanted to stay together. I'm retired, my wife will soon be, some chronic conditions that come up, and it's just nice having a nurse on site, which, having my blood pressure taken 3 or 4 times a week is helpful. So that was really the intent in coming there. As she said, I've lived my whole life in Northbridge. This is our first 2 months in Sutton. It's been great. We love the property, people from the highway department trimming trees. We've met a number of people just informally, and it's just been a wonderful experience. So hoping that we can find some kind of common ground here, given that it was an existing structure and we're not looking to change it at all, just try to use it.
So fearless leader.
So do you have enough input or assurances to move forward?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you. I
okay.
really appreciate it.
All right, so you can give me a ring tomorrow or Wednesday, and we can work on making sure the application's complete and getting you scheduled.
Good luck.
Thank
Really
you,
appreciate your
everybody.
time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
You wanna keep this and stay with
Yeah, if you guys are all done
Yeah,
with
you
those,
should
I will
take
take
that.
them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Take that, she may ask
Frame
for
them,
it.
put them up on the wall.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Coming in. Good job. We have a Central Mass Regional Planning Commission quarterly meeting summary we can put off.
Yep.
Because no one's interested but us. And it's 7:10 planning board time. We have a retreat lot at 57 Torrey Road. Someone here for that?
Can somebody read the hearing notice, and then we will
Mike, you're on. Got it.
Sutton Planning Board public hearing notice in accordance with the provisions of section 6H retreat lots of the Sutton zoning bylaw. The planning board will hold a public hearing on the application of Norman Carrier, 53 Torrey Road, a land owned by the applicant at this location. The applicant seeks a special permit to reconfigure an existing retreat lot by swapping a matching size parcel of land with 57 Torrey Road. The hearing on this application will be held in the third floor meeting room of Town Hall on Monday, September 23rd at 7:10 p.m.
Okay, do we have somebody representing Quarry Road? Quarry Road? Quarry Road? Quarry Road. Really? Okay, don't know how that happens. Continue?
We'll just move on.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to continue this public hearing until,
Let me get you to, the 7th of October at 7:10?
sounds good.
The 7th at 7:10. Look at how we
Really?
caught up. There
Good
you
numbers.
go. All right, 7:20.
We're
Who's
right
the
on time.
second on that, please?
I'll second.
Kyle,
All those in favor?
vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained.
We did forget to say at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Chairman, that Wally Baker, our full member, is out tonight, so Kyle Bergson, our associate, is acting in his place as a full member.
Okay, 7:20 planning board time. We have a public hearing for a special permit for a site plan approval for 34 Providence Worcester Road.
Do I have somebody here for this application?
You do.
Thank goodness.
All right. And we're pretty much on time.
Right on.
Remember to read it first?
Hi,
How's
I'm
that?
Mark Lee, I'm here with Peter Amarello, Amarello Construction. BN Construction owns the site right now, they're a foundation company. Mr. Amarello is a general contractor.
Before you begin, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, we just wanna read the notice.
read the
and we
notice,
can,
yeah.
If you don't, a minute.
Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. In accordance with the provisions of the Sutton zoning bylaws, section 3A.4, table of use regulations, sections 4.c, site plan review, and section 7.8.2, special permits. The planning board will hold a hearing on the application of Peter Amarello, 115 Southwest Cutoff, Worcester, Mass, for property owned by Bean Construction located at 34 Providence Road. The applicant intends to establish a building contractor business at this location. The hearing will be held at the Sutton Town Hall, third floor, on Monday, September 23rd at 7:20 p.m.
And if you could just say your name again, sir?
Attorney Mark Lee,
Mark Lee.
and I'm here with Peter Amarello.
Great. Go ahead.
As I was saying, the planning director considered there a change in use between a foundation contractor and a general contractor, and that this permit was necessary, this application was necessary. I had the planning director issued a memo on the 20th. I got this over the weekend, and I was in court all day today. I have not had a chance to actually look at the site plan. I want the board to know that. I take it from Ms. Hager's comments on the plan that it's a sort of an informal drawing based on the site.
This is the site plan.
So I have seen it. That was emailed to me prior to the hearing.
And I did do a plan, just so the board would have that information on the different zones in the area and kind of the site in relation to everything else. All right, my memo from the 20th, I mean, there's not a lot of huge comments here. There are just a few things that need to be decided, and then because this is an existing site and this is not an engineered site plan, the board has to act on a number of waivers should they choose to move forward. But obviously, right off the bat, you just want to kind of describe the type of business you want to run at the site and the kind of the volume of vehicles, the number of workers, all of those basic kind of things.
So, just turning to the second page of the memorandum of the 20th. A loading space is not required for the operation of this building, so we would be requesting a waiver on that. The parking surface currently is compacted gravel. My client would be, in the off-season, when there are construction vehicles on site, he would prefer not to have a paved site, because those vehicles will just chew up the pavement. But that's a couple of months out of the year when vehicles would actually be stored on the site. They're otherwise out on jobs and in use. But he's open to your comments as far as what you wanna see, as far as the surface with durable all-season material. I don't know if the board has had the opportunity to view the site, and decide on the existing vegetation and setbacks.
Have you seen the site?
I drove by and stopped at the site, I didn't actually get out and walk in the site, so I can't say I noticed all that.
This has been a contractor's site for
Right. Quite a while.
over 20 years.
So,
As far as the general conditions that are recommended, we don't have any objections. We just would be making a request for all the waivers. We can say that indicated we needed.
Okay, Mark, good job,
Thank you.
I think. Let's see how good to see you. All right.
how many employees would typically be coming to the site?
Gotta help.
To last site,
Yes.
very few, maybe two secretaries and myself, they're mostly on the jobs.
Okay, so so 2 secretaries and you on the site throughout most of the day? And then.
Two secretaries, I'm not, they were there.
You're in, okay, so most of the day. And then how many employees do you typically have? Do they come to the site, drop their personal vehicles, take the equipment and go to the jobs?
No, a lot of them are operators that bring the vehicles to the job. And some people have pickups that they take home, and other people have pickups that we leave on our site.
So a little of
It's a little of everything.
everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Peter, just tell us about how business is good, I hope.
Well, I'm more in the construction and the building and road
Right.
sewer, drainage and that kind of work. I do houses as a sideline.
Okay.
It's been very good.
Yeah.
So roads, sewer, drainage is your main line?
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding, your equipment is at the site on
Yeah.
on Route 20.
If it's in, right,
Those
if
guys
it's in
go
the
there.
yard, and, you know, I'm paying notes on the equipment, I'd much rather go
Yeah,
to
it
the
needs to
site.
be at the site, and Mariam is hired, because you need a woman to run equipment, so you can get the contract, so she shows up in her truck and hops in, and the policeman shows up, the flagmen show up, and you work all day.
Everybody's happy.
And that's important, for board members, to know as they weigh in on this, because, obviously, for myself anyways, I support having businesses in town, and I appreciate you, working in Sutton, that helps the tax base. At the same time, we have some people who are contractors who wanna store all their equipment that's
Right.
unregistered. The thing that I'll ask everyone else to weigh in, but I'll start, the, extortion tax that they call excise tax. It's really nice if everything is registered in Sutton, so we get to whack you once a year, for that
Thanks for sharing.
darn excess, and, you know, but when I'm here, I'm thinking about the town and not me, and how I'm trying to sneak a tractor
Understand,
on my farm without any.
the normal, tax bill, I pay the city of Worcester, so much rather pay the town than the city of Worcester.
Marion?
Nothing-
I'm gonna ask the board members to tell me what they think. There's a couple comments from,
I looked through it and I thought I guess we have to, talk about it in terms of waivers. But a lot of them seem like, you know, that it was obvious what we should do. I didn't know if we should request, a plan that addressed them all and just approve the plan, or go through the waivers. And I know it costs money to do the plans, so, I'm basically for it. I think it's a good use for the site. Nice to see it be occupied rather
Right.
than just sitting there empty. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks.
So there is water and sewer at the location, right?
Yeah,
So there must have been a plan originally.
Just
I think you have the plan, any plan I have, I've given it to you guys.
Yeah, it's an old site, so I don't have it in the drawers and haven't been able to locate it in the vault, so. Happy to dig deeper if you want me to, but I haven't been able to come across it.
So I guess from my perspective, some level of plan is probably a good idea, because it's changing hands, it's changing some use.
I think, I'm pretty sure the bank is probably gonna want something like that.
Right, so I don't know if we wanna waive all these things just
Just get the
because.
plan.
Yeah.
You
So,
mean-
I don't have a problem
You mean
with.
a survey plan, just a plan with the layout?
Well, you know the lot lines, you know the building location, and so
Right.
there's utilities we're looking for, you have, the need to have, materials in outdoor bins,
Yeah,
right, stones and stuff like that. So where are those going? Dumpster, where's that going?
This looked like it was sectioned off on the drawing.
On the,
Drawing.
on the picture, or
Yeah.
the drawing, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
So I think the site is fine for the application.
And obviously, I wanna see it move forward, and I want a business to be up and running, I don't want it to be, left vacant. But at the same time, to echo my other board members, we need to know what's there, because we could be surprised that someone was smelting in between. We've had that happen, and then the fire
Gee,
department shows
how'd
up
that
and says,
happen?
wait a minute, my plans show the guy painting cars, and this doesn't make sense to me, so, for that reason.
well, can you be a little more specific of what you want for in the plan? I mean, you just want the lot lines, you want the building layout, I mean.
You want the building layout, I think we could take your memo to an engineer.
Yeah, I have no
Address.
problem doing that,
Yeah.
and be
You know,
done
show
by
the
Monday, be
location of the-
done.
You know,
Right.
if you're gonna have a dumpster on site, you need to show the location of the dumpster.
Was it dumpster or the fence that's gonna be around it, so that,
And
Yeah,
the
we-
clearing and,
so
Put
that
a
this,
a fence along the street line.
yeah, I saw that.
Handling that all at once,
Yeah.
just screen the whole front.
No, I think, like you said, it's a good use of a lot that hasn't been used for a bit, so. I just wanted to read into the record a couple reports that have come back, if it's okay at the time right
Go
now.
ahead, good time.
From the fire department, their comment was no comments at this time from the fire chief. As far as payment of taxes, it says the above party does not currently owe any taxes to the town of Sutton, which is not a good thing. The one that had a little bit of comments, which you might have seen or not, is, Board of Health. And their comments was, well, town water and sewer, I guess they want to know if you already answered that. What are you gonna be storing on site?
Be asphalt or crushed concrete temporarily from roadway work.
Okay.
Goes
okay.
on site and then it goes off, it doesn't remain.
And the other one, a question, they just said, identify waste?
Yeah, it.
No, that's really-
Identified.
That's,
With that.
that's the waste.
Okay, see, okay. So, yeah, otherwise, I mean, I think, like you said, if the conditions seem meetable, you know what I mean, if, like I said, with a plan that they kind of has, seems like a
Thank you, Mike.
good project, yeah, Kyle?
not to read or say everything they said, just a plan with the conditions met and marked out. I think we'll be fine.
So there are two permits you need to grant. The first one is a special permit for the use, just deciding with these 5 criteria whether you think this particular type of use is appropriate at the site. And the second one is site plan approval, which is about the plan and the details and all of that, and making sure that's great. And or if you can't meet something or don't intend to meet something, like you're not gonna pave it, you want it to stay crushed gravel, you know, that if a waiver is necessary, that's granted during that process. So, I assume you wanna make sure see if there's any public comment, but once you do that, Then you just need to decide if you're comfortable acting on whether the use is appropriate at the site, and then tabling your decision on site plan review until we get whatever plan it is you want, or if you want to wait to act on both of those applications. As you know, the special permit for use does have an appeal period, where site plan review does not have an appeal period. Okay, so those are the two permits, and then, so once we see if there's any public comment, you can
One
just.
question I had was, and I didn't have a chance to ask you prior to the hearing, is, if we're gonna go with an engineered plan
Mhm.
showing the site, can we also get signage approved
At
if
the
it's
same-
shown on the plan?
Sure, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Mhm.
thank you.
Okay, any comments from the public? Words of wisdom? Hi,
All right.
your name, please.
Patrick Conley, 2 Indian Hill Drive. Peter, what are you gonna store there? You said you're not storing any trucks, it's just gravel or?
No, construction equipment,
What kind?
couple of excavators, couple of backhoes,
What time are these operating?
what?
What time are you operating these?
You mean,
7 in the morning, 5 in the morning, you coming back at 9
no,
at
they're
night?
not in the yard, they're on jobs, they're not.
That's what I'm asking, what are you storing in this location that you're proposing, that's what I'm asking? You just said nothing, and now you're saying construction.
I'm not, understand that. What, I don't know what you mean.
What are
am I-
you using the site for?
To store equipment and trucks.
That go out to the job,
They're not at the job, they're not mobilized, but they can't be moved around a lot.
correct?
They're on the
Is it
job.
business
saying
too,
construction,
or
I'm
is
saying
that
every
now
day do they get
office light
transported?
industrial?
No, every day they're on the job.
So they never come back to this
Business too,
facility?
yeah, do we have it?
February, March and April, they might.
Okay, so
So they're there for
between
most-
February, I think his question is aimed at between February, March and April.
Yeah.
You understand that you're not gonna be moving any of this equipment on or off site other than approved business hours in the
Yeah,
town?
right. I'm not you mean, I answer that, I can't, I get very
Is that the point?
It's a
of
simple
view?
question, I asked, what are you storing on site? I'm just
Sorry,
asking.
Sir, my client has had some strokes and he has some aphasia, so there's a.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking a question, that's all. He seems
Was
a
the
bit
point,
agitated.
was the point of your question to figure out if equipment is on site and being moved on and off?
Correct.
It would
Every day.
only be moved on and off the site during business hours as approved by the town.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
Well, he would have to comply with that.
It
Just
is-
trying to get a better scope of the project, you said you're gonna just use it as storage.
It's my if I can, and tell me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, it's my understanding that if he's got a contract to do work, it's gonna be, the equipment is gonna be on that site and stay on that site until the job is done. And then if he's lucky, that the equipment will go to the next job and not have to come back, cause anytime it's sitting in the parking lot, he's going out of business. And in the winter, and there'll be a time when there is no construction, when the equipment will come back and sit there. And to your point, you won't hear, you shouldn't hear things beeping at 6 o'clock in the morning, cause they're going out to leave to do a job. It's, there'll be a time of the year when the equipment will be there, and then when the construction season opens up, the equipment, leaves. So there will be, it'll be domiciled in Sutton, so they get to hit them for the excise tax. And the equipment, if things are going well, will be out working. But they don't come back every night, the way some contractors do. Everything comes back at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning, you hear everything beeping as they fire up and take off again. Is that your question?
Yeah, you're very close to residential neighborhood, so,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I'm just concerned about, nobody's brought it up, that, now you're talking about a construction site.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the appropriate use? I don't know. I mean, I seem to be the only neighbor here, so. But I think there's concerns.
What is the zone, what's the zone of this?
The village.
We are
district.
This is
in the village
village?
district, yeah. It is an allowed use with a special permit, and as was noted, it was BN Construction who did foundation contracting for about 20 years.
Yeah, that's different than excavator.
Must be.
Truckload, but to Peter's point, if it's on site most of the time, that gives me a little better feeling than every day construction vehicles coming back and forth.
With the understanding that there's gonna be 2 or 3 months where there's just gonna be stuff sitting there. Cause there are no jobs, everything's shut down.
No
for-
plowing, no nothing, so nothing leaves the site.
No.
Any other questions from the public?
Would it, can I just, or would it be reasonable, as a condition of having maybe a time put in there as a condition of when the vehicles can come and go, or is that, you know, not done usually, I don't know.
I don't know the business.
I mean, that could be, that's what we thought was reasonable. I mean, there was always been trucks there now, have those trucks have been noisy as well and moving around? Been trucks there for 20 years.
On that site. Foundation truck is different than an excavator or something getting loaded around, just consider.
In an excavator on that site running, doing excavation, I can see that I'd be concerned as a neighbor, but it's not doing any excavating there, it's getting loaded and
Right.
and sent to a job, so it does arrive there, it gets dropped off, it gets driven off the trailer, there it gets winterized, if you will, and then in the spring, they have to grease it, make sure all the hoses aren't leaking, and then off it goes. If I'm understanding the sort of construction we're talking about, because he's out of business, he won't be there long if all the equipment's there this time of the year, something's gone very wrong.
That's correct.
What street do you live on?
To Indian Hill.
So in
Indian
the
Hill?
Picture up there. Right, number,
The butts Merrill. So it's over from,
it's up on the, can you show which one on the screen?
It's like on the
I don't know
other
what
side.
Indian Hill is.
I just happen to see it.
Which one's Indian?
So Merrill is the
That's
little bulb down
Atlas,
below.
right?
Yeah, that's Atlas, and that's 276 is this site. The little bulb down near 219 is Merrill Road. And Indian Hill, I believe, comes just below the 152.
Oh, that's
you
right,
see.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Right
The
here.
cutoff road,
yeah, right here, basically, so.
yeah.
Yep.
One that goes
This little
down to
one?
In
122
here
road.
Yeah, I'm in that,
Oh,
And
this little,
so,
yeah, right here.
is this 122?
So it's a little buffer here, but good, get out.
This is Williams, it's probably this one.
Here, that's that open, that's the orchard, and then
Merrill.
the site here.
Yeah, so this one right here.
So no change to the structure that you have there, Peter? Correct. That's
No,
there.
There's a
the back of the
fountain.
building has a foundation they started to build something on, and I was going to build an office on the back of the structure.
Are you moving your whole operation from Route
Yeah.
20 here?
No, there's Route 20 has me, my cousin, another cousin, there's a bunch of us over
The
there.
whole family,
I'm-
right? Okay.
Yeah, and that was actually a question that's come up in my office, so let's just clarify that. Amarillo Construction is a significant operation. We are talking one little pod of Amarillo, just your
We're talking Peter Amarillo Construction and Demolition, that's
period.
all.
Yeah, okay. So,
Amarillo, my family business is much bigger than I am
significant, right.
at this point.
Good for you.
Thank you for coming in. Anyone else
Retirement, I keep it
from the
small.
public, any other comments? Because it's 7:45 and gotta make some decisions.
All right, so, do you wanna talk about the special permit, or do you want to get a more detailed plan and then address it on October 6th at 7:20 p.m.?
7:20?
Yeah, 'cause we have a 7:10.
I'll ask the other board members to weigh in, but I'm of the opinion that this thing can move forward with confidence. I don't sense that the board, there's anyone on the board that doesn't wanna see the property occupied by a business that's
Yep.
generating revenue for the town. There's gonna be some hoops to jump through, and, you know.
Little hoops.
You know that going in, but that's what I'm thinking, Jen. I don't wanna hold you up at the same time. If we can get some plans.
Yeah, I'll get that done pretty quick.
Yeah, and
Get the layout of the property.
you've got the conditions
For 2 weeks.
listed out. In 2 weeks, we
I'm
meet
gonna do
again.
2 weeks.
If there's something you want, personally, the fact that you're not gonna have pavement there makes perfect sense to me. And I'd be questioning if you were paving it, but that's a conversation we'll have at the next meeting. All the other waiver requests, I think I'm confident we can deal with, unless someone on the board feels differently.
Alright,
You got
so you wanna
time?
wait, and are you gonna continue out 2 weeks? In that 2 weeks, we'll get some plans, go back and I'll check the vault again, see if there's a base plan, cause there had to be at some point, but again, this has been here for a long time, so there might not be much. And then, get you back in, it would be October 7 at 7:20 PM. Is the motion I need for the continuance?
I'll make a motion that we continue this public hearing until October 7th at 7:20.
Second.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members?
Nope.
Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Alright,
Thank you for coming from the neighborhood.
We'll
See
see
you in
them.
2 weeks.
You bet.
7:30, planning board time.
alright.
The public hearing, for an accessory apartment, earth removal permit for 134 Leland Hill Road. Mike, if you can read the, is there a notice to be read?
No, it's
No,
not,
no,
it's a
it's
continued
continued,
hearing.
it's continued, there is none, never
We
mind.
do have a request
All
for
right.
application,
What's that?
there's a request to withdraw the application.
Yeah, so you do need to motion to accept that withdrawal on that one application.
Okay. There's, a request has been, formally been made to the town of Sutton, to withdraw an application for an earth removal permit for 134 Leland Hill Road. I need a motion to accept that.
I'll make a motion to accept the withdrawal of the earth removal permit for 134 Leland Hill Road.
Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marion. All those in, any comments? No? So, no earth removal, no earth has been removed? No, I'm just.
not making a judgment call there. There was an application before the board for earth removal from the current condition moving forward, and that has now been withdrawn.
Okay, so no more earth removal, nothing comes off the property, okay.
No.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstained.
Alright, so the only remaining application before the board is the accessory apartment application. So, if you can just, Peter, if you can please just review this revised plan, and, I do have an aerial up there of what this site approximately looked like in October of 2018, and because people were saying they kind of didn't get their bearings last time of where this is located. So this is the most recent aerial I have, which is 2018, so you can see a little clearing there at the time. I think there's more of a clearing now, because this is 2018, but that's the most recent one I had. So, and you can see how it backs up against Bopamus. And it's directly across, right here is the, part of the open space for Leland Hill Estates, it's across the street. So, let's see if I am looking, I don't have today's plan on here, but I think this one's pretty good, okay? Yeah, it's pretty close. Alright, so that's the new scope. There are some more details on the plan there that just came in today, but that is the new scope. So jump in.
Alright, so basically, since the last time we met, we removed the large earth removal portion of the project. Proposed garage, in-law apartment, in the same spot that we had prior, which will require some earthwork and some cutting to maintain a 12% slope driveway. Otherwise, the driveway would be extremely steep. Basically, any spoils taken from the hill will be used to fill on site in the already disturbed area, already cleared area. So very minimal additional clearing up behind the proposed garage. Stormwater system will remain the same, the wet basin, erosion controls. And then, once again, that in-law apartment is being proposed to use the existing septic at the existing home and the well.
Okay, so you do have a letter dated September 20th on the floor, and you have a memo dated September 20th from me, and this letter addresses point by point my commentary. And you also have a letter dated September 20th from Graves Engineering on this revised application. So, all of Jeff's comments and all of my comments have been addressed on this newly revised plan. What you don't see on here, and maybe you can tilt the plan that way just so anybody that's here can see that, is one of my comments was about the cut and fill, that even though this is much reduced, if you're pulling anything off the site, it has to get an exemption. It still has to go through that process, and that's when the plan was adjusted to show you tying back in anything that's gonna be cut into a fill in that center section, so you can see it. You don't see it on that up above plan, so you now see the fill section into the existing clearing. So that's the major change on that plan, is that you now see the cut and the cut and fill volume are marked on that plan. And the plan specifically says, I think in that block right there, that nothing will come off the site. So, that's where we are now. So, we did talk, when we talked about the withdrawal, that at some point you would like to maybe do some kind of more extensive farming or something at some point in the future. The town has a regulation that's already been through the hearing process and is going to town meeting on the 21st. That covers any kind of land disturbance, so if you're not within the conservation's jurisdiction and you're not in the site plan review with the board or subdivision control, anything over 2,500 square feet, that is removed in this town. So if you're clearing anything, you're disturbing anything, not even if you're taking it off the site, but if you're just messing with it, there's been a lot of circumstances where we have fallout from those issues depending on the location. So the stormwater bylaw that the board recommended to town meeting last week deals with these kind of situations. So should you decide you're gonna move forward with any other clearing than what you've already done, and it's going to be 2,500 square feet or more, then you'll need to go see the Stormwater Authority and show them your plans, and either get a administrative permit or an actual permit. On a hill like this, they'll probably want an actual permit, and the kind of things you've already done, stormwater management plans, all of that stuff, and that's just to move stuff around on site. Again, if you get to a point where you wanna pull stuff off-site again, then you have to come back to us, and you have to go back through this exemption or permit process. But even for moving stuff around after October 21st, you have to go through a formal process, so we can make sure anything anybody's doing, really, anywhere in Sutton that's not under some other jurisdiction doesn't cause issues for the neighbors, the roadways, you name it. Cause we don't really have forestry rights here. You can clear cut anything in Sutton, and those issues have caused issues in Sutton, so. Alright, so, now that we're down to an accessory apartment application with associated earthwork.
So like the previous hearings, I asked board members to tell me what you think of this plan, the current one that's sitting before you. Nana,
I'm first.
you're first this time. Move it around.
First concern is the ability for emergency personnel to get up there and turn their rig around and access, the back apartment and the barn, of course. It looks like you'd have to stop and then they'd have to back all the way down. And of course, the other thing is the barn or the garage, whatever, and the accessory apartment, the percentages are not in conformance with the bylaw. So either the barn would have to be bigger, or isn't it like 1,200 is the
12 is the max of the
maximum?
apartment, and the garage has to be at least that or larger.
Oh, I thought it had to be 50%.
Oh, no,
No.
at least 50%.
All right,
At least 50%.
excuse me, I take it back.
Actually, the apartment can be no more than
1,200.
50%, yeah, no more than 1,200, no more than 50%, which it's not, it's less than 50%.
All right, now you've confused me.
You can have as big a barn or a garage as you want.
Yeah,
The apartment can be no more than 1,200 square feet
yeah,
and no more than half of that structure, the apartment. Can't be any more than half, it has to be less than half of the structure. So the predominant use has to be the garage or the barn. So otherwise, you've got an apartment with a garage attached, if the garage,
Right.
if the apartment is bigger.
yeah,
So if you have a structure, it can either be equal like this, apartment and garage, or you can have garage and apartment.
okay.
But you can't do apartment and garage. So.
Okay.
Wish I had Legos for that.
I take it back.
So you're good on that.
Scott?
So I just want to verify the wastewater from this building is gonna come down a line and go into the existing leach field?
Yeah, so
And
it'll
share it
be-
with the existing building?
It'll be an additional septic tank, it'll have its own primary septic tank. So the long run down the leach field would only be, effluent, there'd be no solids. And then that leach field is currently big enough to add a bedroom to. We still have to go through the Board of Health permitting, but we did have a meeting, we went to the Board of Health meeting, and they basically verbally approved it without the paperwork.
And do we have architecturals on the barn, or
It should be.
we did at one time?
Yes.
They're on the computer?
They're in here.
Otherwise, this is far more palatable than the last time we saw this.
Okay. Good. How long is the driveway up to the house? Tell me it's not 500 feet.
It's 500 feet.
Roughly 400?
It can, yeah, there's no restriction on it. It's not a roadway.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a road, it's a driveway, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have, the distance doesn't matter to me, it's just, Marion brings up the point that we have a responsibility to make sure if you're down 911 because the candle tipped over and the joint's on fire, you gotta be able to get there. And that's why we have a 500 foot on roads, and if the fire department says it's not steep, we're fine with 750, I'm fine with 750, I just want the fire department to weigh in on, the concerns.
I think we did get
they'll
a letter
have.
back from fire and police with no comment. Just the gate.
As long as, yeah, as long as they hit the gate, there's no comment, the ambulance can show up, that's the stuff that no one's thinking about
It's up there.
until they get there and can't
Right.
make the turn.
Mm.
You have to be able to turn in from the street, and you have to be able to turn around when you get up there to fight the fire, position yourself so you can fight the fire. Okay, that's all. I have the, and I, but in the septic, I guess it's all downhill, so there's no pumping uphill
No.
for you.
You could, but you don't have to.
Yeah, yeah.
Was there dope in there somewhere?
Michael?
Okay, yeah, first off, just kinda going back to a couple of things, I do appreciate that you kinda cut this plan into two, with the earth removal piece of it kinda being put off till a future time, and as you go ahead with that. And the other piece, we did get notified that, you had paid the fines, which again, we appreciate. The only thing going forward as we go through this, if there's any other fines in the future, hopefully you can pay them sooner or appeal them. You have a right to appeal them, but just,
Just don't
you know,
pay 'em.
don't wait until something else comes up, you know, if you don't, because you have every right to appeal them if you disagree, and at least go through that process and kinda get them handled, so that's just kinda going, you know, back a little, and that's all. Like they've also said, I think this plan's a lot more, possible as it looks right now. Again, a little bit with the ability to fire to get up there when you look at the narrow road, how far up it is. But it seems like they said the fire may have already looked at it, so, as of now, I don't have any other, I mean, I have to look at the plans a little more as we go along, but I think it's certainly a much more doable plan right now as it looks, you know, more positive about it going ahead, I would say, at least right now. So,
Kyle,
No comment. I'm good.
you good? Okay. Anyone from the public? Thanks for coming. Your name, please, for the record.
Richard D'Ambra, 128 Leland Hill.
Thank you, Rich, for coming.
I have major concerns with this. For one, the garage is, it looks like a commercial building. You got a 14-foot door and two 10-foot doors. What's gonna be stored in there? There's been history of construction equipment being stored on this property. Second of all, this structure is twice the size of the existing house. And you got two separate driveways. Shouldn't it be a common driveway? It's one property, it's not two. This is an R1 district. I have major concerns with this.
Okay. The second driveway, you can have two driveways on the property.
Yeah, but you got two different buildings.
Yeah, I haven't been there, so I can't.
You're going two-family.
Mhm.
I see a single-family house with a commercial garage attached to it.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it's gonna look like a barn, cause it's all gonna be rough cut, so it blends in with a lot of the barns that are in the town.
What's gonna be put in this garage?
Okay, just
Tractors,
your name,
farming
for,
tractors.
she's gonna take notes. Your name, please.
Well, Bill Woodward.
But through the
It-
chair,
it's-
always,
It's
okay.
my son's property, so.
Yep.
He's doing it for me.
All right.
Are you gonna be able to see it from the road? Can you see it?
You can see it.
You
in
can
the
see it?
fall.
Yeah,
6 months out of the year, you're gonna see this whole project.
okay.
But you're gonna wood clad it,
Yeah, it's gonna be, rough cut as a plan, very.
like barn board.
Rustic.
Yeah.
Same with the, house portion of it, going very rustic with it. So it kind of blends in with the whole woods and a lot of the buildings that are already in town. Not some big metal garage building, no.
Okay.
It's all gonna look like a big barn.
Anyone else? Any other comments? Nick, thank you.
Robert Nunnemarker, 24 Singletary Ave, back of the house. How high is that slope from where the bottom of the slope appears to be at the back of the house? How high is that slope? How steep is it?
On the driveway?
No.
No,
back of the house,
that cut slope, the 2 to
big
1.
cut.
Yeah, 2 to 1.
And how high is it?
It goes back 25 feet. So
25
50
feet higher.
50 feet horizontal, 25 feet vertical.
So what happens if that slumps?
Well, the idea is for that not to happen. 2 to 1 slope, you have to do certain stabilization blankets and stuff like that, so it's not just gonna be, dirt thrown on a 2 to 1 slope, because that will come down. So there is some engineering stabilization involved in that.
It looks like the toe of the slope is right up against the building. Is that correct?
It's close, I think we had it, 10 feet off. It's gonna be a sub-drain at the bottom of the hill. So any groundwater or stormwater coming down that hill won't go into the house.
Shouldn't there be a swale across the top of the slope to prevent any water from running down that slope? Diverting it away from the slope?
With the sub-drain, it really shouldn't matter. The idea is to, if we swale it, it's then not gonna go into the stormwater management system we have, channelization and streaming into people's properties, which we don't really want.
And how steep was the driveway?
12%.
12%. I think that's a very steep driveway for the fire department to negotiate.
What do we,
Thank you, Nick. Anyone else? Any other public comments? Back to the board. Now that you've heard from the public. Any other further comments?
Has Graves looked at the site plan?
Yeah, Graves has reviewed the site plan several times, and you have their letter dated the 20th, where they've approved the plan and the stormwater. I did actually talk to them directly about the French drain at the toe of slope, about the seasonal high groundwater, just for my own assurance, as they're our consulting engineer protecting, protect the town residents. And, he, was good with this engineering.
And the fire department saw the same plan we're seeing with the 12% slope, and they had no issue?
The fire department saw the same thing.
We'll get ready, cause they'll hear these comments, so they might.
I did have one question, just when Miriam brought it up, at the top of the driveway, you've got a slope. You've got a slope kind of to the open area, so you're not, so you can't pop a fire truck or an ambulance or anything kind of off the edge of that. So it looks like you have that flat area in front of the proposed garage to turn around. So what are just the dimensions of that area in terms of a vehicle being able to turn around?
So basically just as wide as the garage, 44 feet, and we usually look at width at least 18.
So, am I reading that right though? So like if you come up the driveway, you'll nose in, back, and then turn around back the other way. So you've got 44 feet to work with this way,
Along the building, yeah.
and about 18 feet the other way, which is a little shallower than a parking spot, 20-foot parking depth. So that was my only kind of thing that I noticed when you were saying that in terms of just swinging something around. And I'm not so much worried about the fire truck, because there's about 1 million driveways in Sutton right now that you have to back out the driveway. So I'm more worried about, an ambulance or something just being able to get up, turn around, and get back out.
Yeah.
There is basically an existing hammer turnaround almost halfway.
Right here, you mean?
Right.
Yeah. So that was my, just making sure, an ambulance in particular, like I said, there's 1 million driveways in this town that are more than 12% and that are horribly long. So, but I was more worried about an ambulance in particular being able to pull in, back up, and get out. So.
Jen, I want to address the comment on the driveway, the second driveway, and it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that if the applicant had applied for a permit to put in a second driveway, he would have been, you can do that, that's how it's supposed to happen, and he didn't do that, and that's why we had that first awkward meeting where there was a driveway put in without a permit being pulled. But anyone can, if you.
You can have 2 driveways.
You can have 2 driveways on your property, anyone can do that. And the other concern is that in all cases, when anything across the street from anyone's house becomes a house lot, when it's all done, the water that falls out of the sky and lands on that ground needs to be the same at the end of the project. That's why we have engineers. Stormwater management, and obviously water comes off that and onto property. We can't change that, we just make sure it doesn't get worse. And that's just a challenge we have as planning board members. And I find myself constantly saying to people who don't want a house across the street from them, it comes out wrong, but if you want it to be woods, then buy it, and it'll be woods, and the water will just fall and come as it comes. So that's what we do as a planning board, to make every effort to make sure that the water flows the same way that it always has. So,
We had a huge initial problem with initially on this, which is part of the problem, and now we're kind of backtracking and trying to make sure it's dealt with correctly from here forward.
right. And the earth removal piece was kinda really complicated, and it just wasn't gonna be allowed, and the applicant knows that, so, that's why we're here tonight, with the earth removal part of it withdrawn. There'll be no more earth being removed on the property. Any other board members? I see a hand from the public.
I have a concern that has been going on for a while, that there are commercially registered pieces of equipment being stored and used on the site on a regular basis. This is not a home business, this is not a contractor business, and not gonna be stored in this garage. It's a
No.
statement.
Oh.
And so I'm willing to
Right.
put that into a permit or a approval, that this is, the commercial pieces of equipment cannot be stored on this site that are associated with a business and an operation. So I hope there's no confusion about that.
No, but if I wanna do a project around my house,
But it doesn't go in the
Right, right,
garage,
piece
it
of-
doesn't go in the garage,
Okay.
is the point.
Just park it outside, is that what you mean?
No, it leaves the site. This is not a business, this is not a garage for storing equipment that's used commercially on other job sites.
But his
Yeah,
tractor
garage
could
door.
go in there.
People have big tractors, people have
Yeah.
things like that,
Yeah.
but they don't take that tractor and go, as Peter Ramarillo does,
Right.
goes on job sites and
Right.
does construction
Right.
contracts.
Yeah.
That's not what this is.
Just clarify.
But if you-
I'm trying to clear it because I'm seeing this from the building department, who has had a number of visits at this site with that type of equipment being stored and operated on the site. So you only can do so much work, right? You don't have to have it up there for 3 years running, right?
Correct.
So, use it for a while and it goes off-site. That's how I see it.
Back to wherever it's stored now, you mean?
Yeah, this is not
Comes
a
on,
this is
works on
not a
it,
commercial
and-
operation with a commercial garage.
You can't get the excise tax out of you, using that address. Someone else gets it. Yeah, good point. I saw a hand a minute ago. I don't,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to know.
Your name again, just so she.
Richard Amber.
Thank you.
I just wanna know, is this property gonna have two addresses, being they're so far apart?
All accessory apartments have to have a
They do, yeah.
separate
Really?
address, even if they're in the same building, they have to have a separate number on that door.
Another question, whatever happened to R1? It just disappeared.
Well, Sutton residents voted at some past town meeting and several times since that they want this additional form of housing, in
Is
Sutton.
this a ballot question, or just?
Oh, no,
Town floor.
there's 2 town meetings every year, one in the spring, one in the fall, and at some fall
Major
town.
change, it should have been on the ballot, I would think.
Well,
It's zoning, so only certain things can go on a ballot, and zoning can't, so. It's
Yeah,
like-
and to address that, unfortunately, stuff was happening that no one knew about. And when the call came and they went to, I use my mom's house, 8 Davis Circle, she wasn't at the door that had the 8 over it, she was downstairs in seconds matter. So it was because that was happening at the fire department, and the police department came to us and said, listen, we've gotta keep track of, these situations where you have an elder, living in the house, and that was happening to everybody, so, and then the Conservation Commission, got involved because the septic systems were built for just so many beds and bedrooms and bathrooms, and then we had bathrooms being put in, and the whole thing was, so we didn't wanna make it a witch hunt, we didn't go back, and it was very active discussion at town meeting about the fact that, we needed to draw a line in the sand and say, moving forward, we need to have, we need to have our arms and heads around where people are living, and so to the point, there's 2 different addresses, so there's no confusion as to, where the call's coming from and where the services are needed. And then we had the garage that wasn't attached to the house. So we had many discussions here, many long nights here about.
That one was brought by petition.
Yeah,
That
so we
wasn't
brought,
by
that
the
was
board,
brought by
that was brought
petition.
by petition.
Because it's forever changing on the planning board, and we have seats. It's a great job if you wanna do it every other Monday night. There's more stuff coming. But we do, have active discussion every other Monday night here, and then we go before the town,
Once a
town
year.
meeting, and sometimes
Same Monday.
we go home with everyone yelling at us, and we, it's pretty clear, they didn't think we were making the right decisions. Lately, everyone's been pretty supportive, but we never know when we go into a town meeting. So, and you have every right to say, I think the whole thing's screwed up, I wanna get some signatures, and I wanna change it from
You
this
only need
point
10.
moving forward.
By the way.
All you need is 10?
Yeah, it's a
and-
living document.
Yeah.
It is a living document. Yeah, we change it every year.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're here, I don't want anyone to think they shouldn't be able to come in and say, this doesn't make sense to me. You have every
Yeah.
right to do that. That's not personal stuff, that's just stuff any resident can say. We have to answer to you.
So I do have a question. So where is the heavy equipment company now being run out of?
From Grafton,
What's the address?
162 or 165, Westboro Road.
Okay, well,
All right,
it's 8:20.
so,
We have other items on the agenda. We can approve this with conditions tonight, or if there's, someone feels the need to push it off. I need to hear that now.
and if you're gonna push it off, you just need to let me know what it is you're looking for that you don't have already.
I'm ready to vote, personally.
Well, so I come back to architectural, where there's no indication of the rustic wood, which sounds pretty good. There's no indication on the plans that that's what's going to happen. A lot of times we have detailed plans, or shows clapboards, or it shows trim or shutters or something like that. We don't have anything like that at all.
We didn't go completely forward that yet, cause if you weren't gonna approve it, we weren't gonna spend a few more thousands of dollars for a completed full set of plans, if you were gonna just pull it all down, it wasn't gonna make sense to keep spending money.
Right.
Which is already had a cost, it's pretty fortunate already, so, but
Good point.
that is what's gonna happen, that's been the plan all along. And I've talked to Jennifer.
You want me to, you want us to, Scott, to address that? Do you want, we can make that a condition, or we can
So
push it
it's-
off a week,
What, yeah.
2 weeks?
So it's gonna be clapboarded and rough sawn horizontal.
Yes.
Is it horizontal or vertical?
Vertical.
Which way? Cause barn board is
Vertical.
usually
Yeah, going
vertical.
vertical, yeah. Going bad.
Teal
Going
or-
bad, or it could be shiplap, but either way, it's gonna be.
Comfortable with moving forward, if that's a condition?
Yeah, and the commercial operation should be a condition.
Yep.
I mean, can I just add one, I just wanna, I think, you know, we really just wanna make you aware of this whole commercial piece is a concern for us, because in the past, there's been some issues about that. And going ahead, it's gonna be watched, and we're gonna hope you meet, you know, you really, cause there are residents who live around here who are concerned about that, and, you know, we really have to respect that, so we really hope you leave here understanding that we're going on ahead with this type of premise, that you understand that, and that it is not gonna be storing anything beyond
My
what
only
is,
question
you
is,
know.
just so I'm clear, we do have the right to put it on there to do the project and everything,
Right.
correct? I'd like
Yep.
to do whatever has to
Just
be
can't
done
store it there.
with the
Yep.
land.
Yes,
It can be there
yes,
to do that.
yes.
Just
Not
can't
like,
store it.
come today, start working on it, you gotta get it off-site today, bring it back tomorrow to start working again on it.
No.
As long as the project's going on,
Right.
it can be there, that's okay.
Yes.
But let's not confuse the project with a 5-year duration, that it sits there for 5 years.
No, I don't know anything about that part of it.
Well, it doesn't seem reasonable.
Huh?
Doesn't seem that reasonable. The grading is done, the house is built, the things are dug, the machine
Right.
isn't needed there anymore, it's a commercial rig, it
Oh,
leaves the site and goes
okay.
somewhere else.
No, I get it, yeah. I understand
Okay.
that.
Can we just go through these comments then, if we're gonna do this?
Mhm.
If we're gonna do this? So, the proposed gravel driveway, is it adequate for the dwelling and emergency? Well, the fire department has chimed in on that and said it was okay, right? Okay. Limited field survey, which is based on LiDAR, and you've stated that LiDAR is accurate enough for the intention of this
Well,
project
he
in your
did do
design?
What he discussed is he did do field survey in the area we're talking about.
Okay.
You can see it, you can see
We
the
did
difference in the
both,
lines.
Basically, there's no earthwork proposed that's outside of what we actually surveyed. You can kinda see the smooth lines go into the more jagged contours. So this is basically all the LiDAR.
So that's been surveyed.
Yeah, so the survey basically was the driveway, and then the existing tree line into the trees a little bit, and basically up to this rear property line, back down.
Yeah, so you can see the difference between a LiDAR line, see it, and a surveyed line,
Okay.
squiggly versus not squiggly. Technical term.
It talks about, groundwater existing at 18 to 36 inches, and the plan may show cuts into that groundwater table. So Graves has reviewed all of this and
Yeah, that's the
has
discussion I
indicated
had
it.
with Graves, and then I asked, Peter, it's his stamp, so I asked him to put in writing, which he did in this letter, why he's a professional engineer, why he doesn't think that's an issue. I had that conversation with Jeff at Graves Engineering as well, who did not have substantial concerns with that either, but I wanted it in writing from Peter, cause it's his plan. And you do have that, and it's a reasonable answer, and like I said, Graves, our consulting engineer, is satisfied with that.
And none of the materials leaving the site. You've made that statement as well. Okay. And we have to find if the proposed apartment has been designed to maintain appearance of a barn garage, which, clad in the manner as described, I would agree is the case. Okay?
I'm ready for a motion.
Alright, so I make a motion that we grant the permit for this accessory apartment at 134 Leland Hill Road, the following conditions. That the approval of all other required departments, boards, and commissions, especially approval from the Board of Health, are in place. Number 2, separate street numbers must be utilized and clearly posted on the home, the garage, and at the street, so that emergency vehicles know where and how to gain access to the separate dwelling units, 1E, for example, 134 and 134A. Number 3, the existing access gate should be removed, but in any case may not be locked once the residential use is in place. Number 3, that the new structure is finished in rough vertical wood on all the surface on the outside to represent a barn look. That's 4. Number 5, that there be no commercial equipment stored or no business run from this location.
Need a second with those conditions.
One change, should we put in the separate phone service too? I know it's usually a police condition, separate phone service and separate phone, or address. For
Separate
emergency
phone
use.
number.
Isn't that usually
Normally, we
chief
haven't
tolls?
done that in the past.
Used to be. I
Okay.
don't know if there's
I just saw it on an earlier one tonight that was made that comment, so.
So, we can say, we'll do that
Is
if
that covered
required
with
by
the
the chief.
approval of all the departments,
Yeah.
boards, and commissions?
Okay.
So if that's something the police
Yeah.
want,
Yep.
we'll let you know what that.
Then I'll make that second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Thank you very much for coming in.
Alright, so this is a special permit. It will go on file within 14 days. That usually happens this week, and within the next 3 or 4 days. As soon as it goes on file with the town clerk, there's a 20-day appeal period. That 20 days has to tick off. If no appeals are filed, then, the town clerk will sign off the permit, and the copy will go to you to get recorded at the registry of deeds. appealed, you'll receive notice of the appeal. Okay?
Yep.
Alright.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to close?
I'll make a motion to close this hearing.
I second it.
Miriam's the second. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. 7:50. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I tried, you guys know, I was trying.
Okay.
Proposed bylaw discussion, questions and concerns.
Okay, so let me, just say, I'm sure going, hey, why is this back on here? We closed that hearing. After the last hearing, I had an email, I got several phone calls with some concerns on the bylaw changes. So you have copies in your file of, one of the emails, you have copies of a letter from the Hutnicks who are also here. The board can read your letter onto the record if you want, exactly as written, or you can just kind of stand and tell them your concerns. Which do you prefer? Stand and talk? Alright, so come on up. So, we are in particular tonight talking about two of the bylaws we talked about. The first one is the multi-town mixed commerce, and the second one we'll be talking about briefly is the accessibility portion of the continued care retirement bylaw. So, but that one should be much easier than this one. So, as a background, I'm going to show you several things. This is the zoning in the part of, started with the wrong one. I gotta go out and zoom in. Okay. This is South Sutton that we're talking about. Route 146 runs down the middle there, and you'll see Gilmore Drive just off to the west of Route 146. To the east of Route 146 is the National Grid building and Walmart, and just under the scale bar there is the maintenance facility. That's the one we referred to as that building has about a 48-foot height variance, when I told you about other structures in the area that are of a significant height. And then as you continue down the roadway, before you hit that town line with Douglas and Uxbridge, you have the town's wastewater treatment plant where the number 46 is. You have the South Sutton Field Complex over there in the corner. And most of the balance of the land south of Oakhurst Road, which is the road right below the 69 and 70, is owned by a group of kind of the same owners and was prior gravel pit area. And you can see the gravel pit there, that is Pine gravel pit that stretches from Douglas into Sutton. And you'll recall we have previously over the years done the 4-town studies in this area and proposed a parallel access road running from Whitens Road all the way down to Lackey Road in Douglas, and from Main Street in Northbridge right through the center of this property all the way down again to Lackey Road, in this case in Uxbridge. So that's the long view, and then I'm gonna show you the long view with the zoning, so you can see kind of how the zoning sits in there. So that's office light industrial. That was zoned that way in 1989, so as of October 16th, it will have been zoned that way for 30 years. I went back to a few of the notes from that period, there aren't many. And
that's why.
and there was less development in this part of town 30 years ago too, P.S. So this, and here you had two exit ramps. You have the one right here in Sutton, and then you have this one right here. See how close they are together? So according to the notes, this area was originally envisioned as a development area that would accommodate larger buildings, manufacturing, warehousing, and potentially large office complexes, which never came, and potential, with the potential for retail, which actually came almost 10 years after the retail component after this original rezoning. So that's all I found in the notes in terms of the original intent, and just some notes about This was the only office light industrial area at the time. The other one, aggregate, was zoned industrial. And this was, it just meant, it said like mix of uses, larger uses, to take advantage of the transportation network, the underused transportation network down
I
here.
think we had a shared planner at that time.
Yeah, you did.
We shared a planner.
With Sturbridge.
Yeah.
That's
For the
how I
people
found
that-
about Sutton, because I worked for that planner.
Oh.
Way back,
The
because
people that
I
are
have been
here
a planner
tonight.
for over 30 years too.
When did you arrive?
I arrived 10 years after this was rezoned, but I was working for that planner in 1987. And he would talk about Sutton and the rezoning and all of this when I worked for him in Sturbridge.
What was his name?
Gary Reschke.
Yeah, Gary.
Remember Gary? Right. So I was his clerk and then planning assistant for 4 years, and then they made me the planner in Sturbridge for 8 years. So I worked for Sturbridge for 12 years, and then I came here, and I've been here for over 20 years. So yeah.
So you can't go back 30 years, but I was probably on the board
I
then.
was on
You
the board.
were, both
Yeah.
of you were.
It wasn't good.
Yeah, let's just say.
If nothing else,
Sutton
you
work
should.
didn't
I
always
say
stay in
it-
Sutton,
I
sometimes
say
it
it
creeped
over
into
and
Sturbridge.
over and over again. One good thing about living in Sutton and paying taxes is that we have a town planner who works for you. She's very accessible. You don't have to
All
come
right.
in and genuflect. You
No,
got an
no.
idea, you need to go in and talk to her,
Make you
and she
leave.
gives it to you straight. And that might be what you wanna hear, and over the years, we've had all kinds of things come up, but,
So.
I find ourselves in a good position, having her, she actually dig up this stuff.
Yeah.
I can't-
So as-
It's a miracle you even found it.
So as
Go ahead.
Mr. Hudnick indicated last time when he was in, he was dead right in that, consistent with all zoning, pretty much all zoning in the town of Sutton, and you'll see it on here, this zoning was drawn by center lines, okay? So it rode the town line when it hit a town line, directly to the town line, and it rode the center lines of roadways otherwise, because this was before the days when we knew that if it's a public road, you can't block what kind of traffic drives over it. So we used to run the zoning line down the middle of the road just so nobody could argue, you can't drive that vehicle on our road because it's not zoned correctly. So we'd
There's no-
run the line down the middle so nobody could
There's no mall in
argue.
Millbury, there's no Mass Pike connection.
Yeah, no,
It's-
as long as it's a public road, you can run any kind of traffic. But, so here's the Article 21 of the October 1989 thing, and it says very clearly, along the center line of Lackey Dam and along the center line of Oakhurst Road. Now, if you scale that, Mr. Nunemacher has admonished us many times to never use this for actual definitive purposes because it's not all that accurate. So if you scale it, you're looking at, 50-plus foot right-of-ways. But here is the Mass DOT right-of-way chart for all of our roadways. Actually, this is 2 of the 5 pages. And believe it or not, according to this, and it may need correction because it is the Mass DOT chart, but Oakhurst Road is called as a 30-foot right-of-way, and Lackey Dam is called as a 40-foot right-of-way. So, that's what they're called as. Obviously, I can double-check with Highway tomorrow, but that's what is officially on the books as Mass Highway for our those 2 roads. So, these zone lines do run down the middle. So that is the background, and then let's just, and originally this zoning, as several of you know, did include all forms of trucking and warehousing, all different forms, including straight warehouse and distribution. And I don't recall why, and I told you that when we were discussing this earlier. I think it was when we rezoned aggregate as also office light industrial, that we defined trucking services and warehousing, and we narrowed it to literally just trucking services like FedEx, Ross Express, services that you could only have warehousing if it was associated with like IBA. That's their their national headquarters, their sales offices, and they also warehouse. The majority of that building is a warehouse where they bring in trucks, break full loads into smaller loads and ship out. So, but that during that time period, you had to have some other associated use. So prior to that, any kind of warehouse and distribution was allowed, thus the Home Depot application, which was a completely legal application for warehouse distribution, thus Champion Container, which is a warehouse facility. because that use was allowed and was only discontinued or defined further and kind of pushed out of OLI and left in just I believe when we did aggregate. So it's been a few years, probably 5 or 6 years, that in the OLI, we don't specifically allow pure warehouse and distribution. So that's the background. That's what all I think I've got on this. So jump in, guys, with your concerns. Just tell who you are.
Sure. I'd like to start.
Go ahead.
Paul Hutnack here.
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Welcome back.
This is my mother. She lives at 12 Lackey Dam Road.
Thanks for coming. How are we doing, by the way?
Good.
Yeah.
All right? Proud of us?
Yeah, they're turning
We'll
back
see.
to- So yeah, having grown up on Lackey Dam Road, I guess sort of, I don't know if you had a chance to read the letter that we had put together, but kind of runs through some points and Jen had touched on a couple of them right there. So the first point is basically to start off really that, so in OLI, warehouse and distribution is not an allowed use, it's not on the use table. So to take that use and then, I understand we're doing a multi-town mixed commerce overlay district here over the OLI. So then to take that use and say that no other OLIs are sufficient for this use, but yet this particular area is, I guess we just wanted to bring up the point, having lived on Lackey Dam Road for, 50 plus years or in some cases. It's again, grown up on it, that it's a well-traveled road with fairly significant truck traffic at times. So to just say that, this use is appropriate here, whereas some other spots where OLI is zoned, I guess I just wanted to bring that to light, that, that maybe if it's not in another OLI, why exactly are we putting it here? Just food for thought, I guess. And I think that's the theme of a lot of the points that we were trying to make, is because this is sort of based on, it starts from the OLI and branches off of that. I realize it's its own overlay, but kind of starts from there. So then to take that use and again put it on a fairly intense use, we might, I would think possibly more intense than any other use in the OLI, which is perhaps why it was removed, and then to add it to a spot, I guess I just don't wanna take that lightly, at least we don't. So to move forward from there, we've then sort of taken that next step, and in the zoning, as the board knows, and I've permitted projects in front of you in a previous life, there's a 100-foot offset to residential districts from primary uses, is that correct word?
Principal use.
Principal use. So we've now had sort of a wrinkle in that the right-of-way, which I'm not exactly sure, I'll be honest with you, I thought it was at least 50 feet wide, it's something we can obviously look into and find out about. But so say it's 40 or 50, you're eating up 20 or 25 feet of whatever that offset is right there. So then, to take that and then to say that it's only 50, which is what this is proposing, I think is, to us, it seems fairly short. So, especially given the right-of-way width and that running down the center line, we feel that should stay the 100 feet. And having, again, permitted projects, with that 100 feet, I think this board, in my experience, has often done a great job of balancing what the developer wants and protecting the abutters. And I think for you to have that ability with that 100 feet would be very useful in an instance like this, where you're having an intense use in that zone that's not allowed now, but we're trying to, we're moving forward with, and to add that use and then reduce the buffer, I think, to me, would take away some of your abilities to then shape that project and to protect the others. So that was a point that we wanted to make. And then a couple of things, those were really probably the two major ones. There's probably one more fairly major one. A couple of the uses were changed from special permit to permitted by right. And again, I feel like the special permit allows this board to shape that project. Having the ability to say no is very powerful. So for you to have the ability to shape that project, I think is important to us, in that right now, as it stands in that OLI district, those permitted, well, those uses are permitted by special permit, and now we're changing them to a permitted right. So I think that we would feel more comfortable with those staying special permits. And I realize you may even remove some of those uses from some conversations that I've heard.
Mhm.
So that was another point that we wanted to make. And then lastly, at least from what we were saying, was the 60-foot height that is proposed as part of this is, as you know, almost double what's allowed anywhere else in town. And it feels really tall, and it feels overly burdensome to abutters in the area. And perhaps that's exacerbated by, again, the shortened buffer and things of that nature. And I realize this would be a special permit if it were to be warehouse and distribution, that's correct? So, we appreciate you to have that ability, but we feel like, again, to have that height, is there something we could look at, whether it be more power on your behalf, which maybe a special permit does, or or the buffer or something to screen that, because that is an awfully tall building to be near residential uses. So those are really the concerns that we had. And again, as the letter states, we didn't find out about this until after that hearing, unfortunately, and I don't like to waste the board's time, but we felt it important to, when we did find out about those things, to voice our concerns.
You did great. You should be proud of him.
I know. He's a very good speaker. He always
Thank
has
you for
been.
coming in, and I'm speaking for the board, and we appreciate that. And when we were doing this, there was no one here, so we're just,
Right.
we're throwing things, and that's how it's supposed to work. So, to you and anyone else that's here, please don't show up and not speak.
And we have quite a few
yes.
residents here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I in no way meant to speak for everybody, I was just
Yeah.
more speaking for us.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just touch on two things, just so we can clear those issues up
Yep.
right away. In terms of notification, as I told the board at the last meeting, we were approached by a well-known significant development company that's working in the town right now, who has 2 Fortune 500 companies that would like to locate in this part of town. And so they asked me to ask our administration and the board if we would at least bring forward some articles to have this discussion. They have to make some site decisions in the near future. So obviously, always being a pro-business town, and having a lot of vacant office light industrial area down here in South Sutton, we said, of course, we'll at least bring it forward. We're not required by law to notify anybody of any zoning changes. We are only required to post that in the newspaper and to notify all the abutting towns, Central Mass Regional Planning, and the Department of Housing and Community Development. As you know, in every case where we can, we try to notify abutters, landowners inside the district and abutters of zoning changes whenever possible, just as a courtesy. We just simply didn't have the time to do that in this particular case. It just didn't happen. We did post everything out on the town's website as soon as we could, literally the day the article was written. So, I certainly apologize for not being able to carry out our usual courtesy notice, but there was no intent to slide anything by anybody, and there never is. Everything we do is all over our website, and I'm always, as you've noted, always available, and then some. So, in terms of Paul's comment on why this OLI and not other OLIs, the proponents actually wanted to add warehouse distribution to all of the OLIs. And you can see this is the town zoning map layers. Orange is OLI. You can see there's only 2 areas zoned to OLI. South Sutton, which is Gilmore Drive and the area we're talking about. And you all know, Gilmore Drive is already built, it's built out. There's really nothing, that whole area north of Main Street, there's nothing left. And the other area is in northeast Sutton, known anecdotally, it's not just the aggregate parcel, but it's anecdotally known as there's 21 properties right there in in North Sutton. We immediately said absolutely not. You cannot add warehouse distribution to both OLI districts because they are drastically different in terms of their positioning and their transportation network ability. This intersection at Boston Road and Route 146 received a $6 million Band-Aid about 3 years ago. It needs a $51 million grade separated interchange. If you travel back and forth through there on a regular basis, you know that for the first time in probably 18 years, we don't have a 1 mile backup in the morning, but it's tenuous at best. So we could not even think about entertaining warehouse and distribution in that office light industrial area because the transportation network absolutely cannot handle, it can't handle any significant truck traffic or significant volumes, period. It'll just cripple the light. It will ruin the retail development that's currently just starting to grow in that area. Not to mention take one of the most populous areas of town and the light system they use for access to the highway and just shut it right down. So that's why this area down here was proposed to be a whole different zoning district because you just couldn't add that use in knowing the traffic studies we've reviewed for Pleasant Valley Crossing, for the villas, and how little additional traffic that upper light can take.
Jen, when was the last traffic study done down there?
Down on this section?
Yeah, probably Walmart.
No, they're done probably every 2 to 3 years by Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. And both of these ramps here, the one in Sutton and the one in Uxbridge, are at less than half of their design capacity. So there is traffic numbers, and as you know more than anybody, that traffic number grows every year, just like it does everywhere else. And truck drivers are really smart. So they get a bad rap, but they're really smart, and Waze is really annoying, and digital mapping is really annoying. And so, you know, not just trucks, any traffic will go whatever new glossy way they find that saves them a minute. And you happen to live against, like I said, a district that's been zoned that way for a long time, but it's been really sleepy since it was zoned. It's really only been, when did we approve? Well, you were working for Andrews, I think, when we approved the original project. It was like 2002, I think, right?
Yeah, it wasn't at Andrews then, but.
I mean, we zoned it in 1989 like that movie, build it and they will come. And it took from 1989 until 2002 to see any return on that zoning. And now it's happening, and it's happening fast. So, so now comes the balancing act between what the residents over time zone this to be and to work for them as, and what residents who live there now have invested their money and their time in terms of their largest investment, and how we kind of balance the two. And we get this every time. There's always a place where an active district like OLI, in this case, multi-town mixed commerce, is going to bump up against the residential line. And so there's that friction. So it's how do we serve both needs? So this, the only reason we didn't propose that other OLI include warehouse distribution, because frankly it already does, like I said, Champion Container was permitted as a warehouse and distribution facility before the bylaw was adjusted. Home Depot was supposed to be there and would have been if not for a 3-year lawsuit. But it's all developed there, so there's no need to add any zoning because everything's built out there and/or is starting construction. Actually, IBA started this week. So
hasn't Champion Container since vacated that building?
No, Champion Container's still there.
Swan Foods is.
Schwan Food got bought by the church, which was a nice big hit to the tax rolls. But that was permitted as warehouse and distribution too, by the way. Schwan Foods, it was just little. It was a little distribution facility. So, so that is why we didn't propose to change that OLL to MTMC either, because it's already built out. So there's no point in changing something for no reason. So that's how the MTMC came to be. And so since the last meeting, we received your concerns, checked into the zoning, said, you know what, yeah, part of that buffer is in the right-of-way. So 50 feet, it's narrow. I, as a planner, I don't think we should go with 50 feet, but what's the number? Is it still 100 or is it 70? What's the number? When you combine it with a higher height limit, and in discussions initially, I don't think 60 feet is a given on how high these structures are going to be. This is warehouse distribution, so it's racking. You can only go so high under code on racking. But I think they're developers. They're looking for that flexibility. And you know, like when we dealt with the maintenance ability across the street and it went up to 48 feet for that project, it was very specialized because of the arms and blah, blah, blah. But it almost didn't get granted because variances are near to impossible to come by, and that's what the developers, they don't want to be up against a variance because they're so hard to grant in Massachusetts. So when you're talking about the potential, even though I don't think you're gonna see 60, I think you're probably more like 50. But when you're talking to the potential of that more height, with part of that setback in the street, where you can't do anything in terms of screening, earthen berms, trees, nothing, yeah, 50's not the number, it's definitely not. So, do you just stick with the 100 that's in the rest of the OLI? Do you go somewhere in between? The OLI, the special permitting, I said from moment one, they wanted as of right. I told, you'll never get that, no way. We would never give up as of right. And we should roll back through the use table because I did meet, you mean for this all to be a multi-town effort with Northbridge, with Uxbridge and Douglas, because so many of these parcels straddle lines. So I did meet again with those guys. And there were some things they just, again, they had the same vision in terms of the larger structures or the larger conglomerations that they thought we should axe off our list or at least talk about. So I do have that list and we can roll through that. But I think we should hear the rest of those concerns first.
Just, Jen, was there a discussion we had, the 100 feet offset going down to 50 because of the space size of the whole lots would be too
Right.
small? Is that what brought that up?
Well, obviously, this is, every square foot of land is worth money. And on these lots, you can't see it very well on here, but you have some wetlands, you have what may be perennial streams, could be intermittent streams, you have terrain, you have power line easements and pipeline easements. You can't put structures under power line easements. You can't build on top of what do you call it, pipelines. So when you consider all those constraints, every inch of that lot is worth dollars to them, obviously. So they're going to always ask for as much buildable area as is humanly possible. And then it's up to the board and the residents to kind of balance, again, it's that balancing act between what it was zoned to do a long time ago and what they've made their investments in the community, in their homes, and trying to balance the two on that line where they butt up against each other. So it's tricky.
To the 100 feet, I mean, I've certainly been in spots, and correct me if I'm wrong, but where that runs along a property line, now you're not losing that right away, so it actually is 100 feet to that residential zoning district. For here, we're already losing that
Eating it up.
distance before you even get to the 100, so.
Yeah.
If
It
nothing-
really was, again, the full 100 was often.
If nothing else, the fact that we had that on our agenda and flushed out 20 people, it worked. So,
Well,
we're not mad you're here.
Notnick's did some good legwork on it.
I'm speaking,
Yeah.
we're glad you're here because, there's an opportunity and I recognize, one thing Jen doesn't touch on is that this is multi-town stuff. We need to be aware of what other towns are doing because it all kinda has to fit together. You may end up looking at it because it's so tall and it's just in another town. So, so we wanna make sure that it's, it works for all towns. I wanna hear from other people and everyone's welcome to speak.
I'm really in favor of maintaining the 100-foot buffer, because that's basically probably more like 70 feet. And right now with the 50-foot buffer, with the road and everything, we're looking about from here to the wall. That's about what 25 feet is. So, I mean, we're talking not much of a buffer. And, obviously, developers want to get as much of the space as they possibly can, but they'll work with it if they don't get it, but they push, and I don't blame them, that's what their business is. But I think, that 100-foot buffer, again, kind of squeezing down to probably 70 feet. In reality, I think it should be maintained.
I
And, you know-
hear you loud and clear, but I don't know your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Carol Dogolinsky.
Thank you, you did a great job.
And then the other thing too is that, you know, I know that you wanna get tax money in, and I think tax money is great, because you need all you can do to bring the tax rate down. And the last thing you need is have so many people get so mad, you end up with another one of these 3-year things, and like Home Depot where it went down, and it never happened, and that was a really sad thing for the town, cause you would've made a lot of money on that. So, you know, I think, you know.
All the trucks are on 146.
If we're gonna
No
have a
money.
buffer
Waving
where,
ass.
you know, if these things are close to you, even if the buildings are big, you might not see them quite as much, but if you take down that buffer, and, you know.
Thank you.
That's the difference, so that's my.
Okay, and your
concern.
address, please?
Actually, I live in Douglas, but I own property in Lucky Dam.
Lucky Dam, okay. Jen's got it. Someone else, Nick?
Robert Nunmacher, 24 Singletary Ave, Board of Assessors. I attended the Public Finance Committee meeting where Jen was talking about the taxation of the buildings. And you know that I have, in the past, have asked you to disallow buildings being built close to property lines because the problem that it presents to the Board of Assessors. In that meeting, Jen said that that type of situation could be resolved by an agreement between the towns. That is not true. It totally, anything to do with assessing is totally controlled by the Board of Assessors. When we had the situations that brought up why I asked you to change the zoning, I went to the Department of Revenue. It's the local boards of assessors that make that decision. And in the long run, the cases where we've had properties split, big buildings, small buildings split between 2 different towns, I think the town of Sutton has ended up on the short end. So, in the future, if this does pass and the buildings go in there, we are gonna be saying, do not put them across the town line.
Thank you.
Would you want one on Singletary Ave?
Pardon me?
Would you want a building on Singletary Ave?
It doesn't matter to me if it's allowed, but there's an immense problem assessing properties with a town line involved.
Anyone else? Go ahead, thank you. Your name, please.
Dana Mercure, 22 Jared Drive, Sutton, Mass.
Thanks, Dana.
Just becoming familiar with a lot of this, so I just wanna make sure I'm on the same page with everybody else. So this 60-foot, has this been approved as of yet, or is it still in the process?
No,
Process.
no, we've got, there's a whole formal process that follows. Basically, right now, they can't apply for a special permit for that pure warehouse distribution use. So they have to ask to add it. And like I said, they came to the towns and they asked to just add that one use to the OLI. And for the reasons I previously gave you, it won't work in Sutton in all of the OLI. So Douglas has a special town meeting on the day after ours, the 22nd of October, to add the use. They're actually they're doing some interesting new animal of a zone and adding that use in there. Douglas already has warehouse and distribution in the zone that abuts this town. They have for forever. So they don't have to change anything. Neither of those towns has a significant setback on any zone lines. So Sutton's the only one that has to add the use back. And again, the applicant proposed 50 feet, and now this board and the residents have to weigh whether that works or that doesn't work.
Because,
Does that answer
in
your
all honesty,
question?
when I first moved into Sutton 10 years ago, one of the reasons I moved where I was because I was informed that the OLI district that abuts our property, where there's now the solar farm on Oakhurst and LaSalle, was only gonna be office and light industrial, no warehousing, no distribution, nothing like that. And any other areas, the only area I knew was Gilmore, which is across 146. So it's kind of not really abutting any residential area in a sense, except maybe one home there, which,
Barnett Road would beg to differ.
Yes, and I understand,
Did Jenny answer your question, Dana, though?
Yes, as far as the 60 foot, so, you know, I'm just concerned, we have 19 homes in our development at Lackey Dam Estates that, you know, let alone the people who live on Lackey Dam Road, you know, that this could be a real big hit for our property values, having a, you know, warehouse and distribution center right there, and quite honestly, in my opinion, if this is something that's approved, I will be selling in a heartbeat and moving out of that neighborhood before this even begins. Once it's been approved, I will have to sell, because I don't want to sell while there's a building being built or there's already something had been built there. And I just wanna make that clear to the board that, you know, and trust me, you know, I know it's hard as a board and citizens of Sutton, we all want, you know, our tax base to be evened out as much as possible and try to generate as much business as possible. You know, but, you know, if there's a way that this can be worked out amicably between the residents in the area and the town, you know, where it works for all, then that's one thing. You know, I just wanted to make my own personal feelings clear that I would be putting my house on the market in a heartbeat if the proposed, as it is, so to speak, 60 foot tall, everything else goes into effect, then, you know.
Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Now, I just wanna be clear that this is zoned office light industrial, Atlas Box, you know, Prime Metals, all of those structures could be built across the street from you now, and,
What is the height of an Atlas box, if I may interrupt, just?
Atlas
since I
Box
don't go out and
is
measure?
probably, I think they're,
30, 35?
no, I think they're 42.
40?
And how far
No,
back
so
are
they
they
didn't get
set?
variance
I
if
can't
it's
even see the
35.
building from the highway.
It's 35.
I know where they are, but I can't see them.
No, but I'm saying unless they get a variance.
Yeah.
And it's off a highway.
Yeah, yep, it's pushed back, right, absolutely. So in Prime Metals, again, I think they're at 35, 37, something like that. They're low, but mid-30s, and they're right
Give
up.
Jen,
people on
question,
Barnett
give
Road.
Jen your name
So,
and
yeah,
address.
so I
your
just wanna
history.
make it,
Part of
I
Sutton's
mean,
history.
you know, I just wanna make it clear that this is always, this is for 30 years been zoned this way. And again, kinda back to that earlier discussion, it's just taken time for the development wave to kinda catch up to this. So it will be developed with something, it's just how we're gonna develop it, which is the meat kind of what we're discussing here. So, you know, you can do an IBA here, you can do, Prime Metals here, you can do any of that here right now, under the current zoning. But yeah, right now, you can't do it at 60 feet high, and right now, you have to push it 100 feet from that center line. So, you know,
Did you
those
get
are
her name,
very
Jen?
key things.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah,
My
well, I
name
got
is-
Dana's, but I didn't get
Yeah,
hers.
I'm Kim Mulvihill, and I'm at 22 Jenna Lane.
You're my email.
Yes, I'm your email, and I stirred up this property.
Oh, no, no, no.
Good job.
Good job.
So my
No.
question is, what is involved in this getting approved? Are residents allowed to vote against this, or is it up to us to raise objections? I'm not familiar with the process.
Okay, so there's a multi-step process that goes on. So every year in Sutton, every year that's ever been, this is for a very long time, there's 2 town meetings every year. There's a spring town meeting, which is usually financial, but occasionally there's some zoning on there. There's a fall town meeting, same Monday, every year, October. That's generally a zoning town meeting, where all of these land use decisions are made. So, anybody can propose a change to the zoning bylaw or an article on the town meeting warrant. It only takes 10 registered voters to sign a petition, and then they're verified as registered voters, and an article goes to the town meeting floor. Or the planning board can be requested, as they have in this case, to bring an article forward for a planning purpose or, you know, any other purpose. They've been requested to sponsor this article. They feel the residents should have a chance to look at this, and have a vote on this, so they're sponsoring these articles to move forward. So, by law, they're required to hold a public hearing. That was that meeting last week, and I already told you who they're required to notify. And again, that I'm very not happy that we didn't have enough time to kind of get the courtesy notice out that we usually do. So that is the beginning of the process. The board voted last week, as they're required to by law, to recommend town meeting approve, disapprove, or approve with changes every single article that goes to the warrant that is a zoning article. Last week, they recommended that, they made some changes to some of these MTMC articles, like making warehouse distribution a special permit instead of the permitted as of right that the developer wanted, and prohibiting large solar installations, for many reasons that you would have heard at about 1,000 planning board meetings, if you're bored enough to tune in or watch old videos. And they, with those changes, they voted to recommend that town meeting approve the articles related to MTMC. The finance committee also by law has to give their recommendation. They can opt out of zoning articles because they're the finance committee, but in Sutton, our finance committee gives recommendations on everything. So those two hearings took place. Now, then I had the call from Paul and immediately called council and said, look, the hearing's closed. We're getting some concerns. We didn't get the chance for the courtesy notices. Can we have this discussion? Can we change our recommendation? Can we adjust the bylaws? And one thing learned through 30 years of planning is that the hearing notices should definitely talk about exactly what you're talking about, but in a broad way. So you pull in more people than you push away, because the more people in the room, generally the better things turn out in the long run in terms of a good bylaw. So our hearing notices were broad enough that we can change and adjust those articles, and even though the hearing is closed and the recommendations are made, the board maintains the ability through open meeting to adjust their recommendations and to adjust the bylaws within their original scope right up until the warrant is posted by the Board of Selectmen, which will happen on October 1st. So we're going to, we have to finalize recommendations tonight, so if you want to change any of your recommendations or any bylaw language, that has to be done tonight. And then I will do a new recommendation memo, pop it over to the finance committee, because I don't believe they voted because they knew that I'd gotten some concerns and that we were gonna do some reconsideration of things. And then, so they'll have their hearing, which I think will be after the selectmen post the warrant. And the selectmen will post the warrant. That doesn't mean anything, it's just their job to post the warrant. Though, I mean, their recommendation means something, I suppose, depending on how you feel about the selection. So, and then on the 21st, every registered voter in this town, and anybody who's not, bring your kids, is invited to attend the annual town meeting. One person, one vote, takes 2/3 of those present and voting. So if you have friends who are fence sitters, you don't want to bring them because they'll hurt the vote. So to approve any zoning change. Financial articles are majority votes unless you're borrowing or whatever. I don't know all those rules. But for zoning, 2/3 of those present and voting have to approve any zoning change. So if this gets approved, then after it goes through the Attorney General, because the Attorney General has the final say on whether what we approved is in violation of any mass general law, the applicant can apply for these permits. In this case, they would need a special permit, they would need site plan approval permit in the least. They may need, I don't know if they'll need groundwater protection, there might be some other permits they need, and depending on where they position buildings, they might need a Route 146 overlay permit, which is architecture and landscape, the pretty bylaw. So anybody within 300 feet of the site, that is not more than 2 properties away. So two abutters within 300 feet of the property lines gets notified of that hearing and is invited to come into that hearing and have input on the specific project.
Only abutters or
Abutters to abutters. No. That's who gets notified.
Okay, but anybody can still come.
Your
Okay.
aunt from Texas can come in and have her say. Anybody can have their say on a project. Only abutters to abutters within 300 feet of the outside property lines get notified. Right. So this is kind of step one, whether you allow, so this is kind of the framework. Do you allow warehouse and distribution to be added? I shouldn't say that. This type of warehouse and distribution, because you can do warehouse and distribution in this district right now.
Right.
But you would also have to have salespeople, like IVA. IVA is warehouse distribution, but it's also their headquarters. All of their management is there, their sales force is there, and their logistics, and their warehousing.
Right.
So you can do warehouse and distribution now. What they're talking about is pure warehouse and distribution, where the only office in there, or office is the logistics office, who's taking the orders.
So this is all
because a specific Fortune,
To-
two specific Fortune
Yes,
500
want the
companies that-
opportunity to try to build in this
So
town.
one more
Or,
question.
and or multiple towns.
Maybe you guys know, maybe
you don't.
Is this a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week
No idea.
operation?
No idea.
Okay.
No
Is that
idea.
something you guys would find out before any votes would
Yeah,
actually be taken?
It's usually part of, whenever you do site plan review in the town of Sutton, on any kind of substantial use, you submit what's called, come on, Paul, a CFIA. Community Fiscal Impact Assessment. That gives all the details of the business, and it says basically, this is what I'm gonna bring in for taxes and jobs, but this is what I might spend for services. And this is, so you give all that, but the base stuff, site plan review is all about the details. How many parking spaces, how many employees, how many shifts, what's the overlap, what's the, it's all that detail.
Perfect.
So, that's, you can, like I said, all of our meetings are on YouTube. Have some fun, go back and review the Prime Metal
I've been
series.
on those meetings
Yeah,
already.
they're tons of fun.
Did that
Tons of
answer your
fun.
question?
But yeah,
Right,
so
and-
so this is the framework, whether you allow this type of warehouse distribution or not,
Cheryl, right?
to be added. And it's gonna be called a different, now instead of office light industrial, the orange will turn to, say, pink. It'll turn a different color, and it will be called multi-town mixed commerce, because what will likely happen is some of these structures or uses will sit on the town lines. Because of the way property lines go, the way the topography goes, the way the wetlands go, they'll need to sit on town lines, some of the structures, potentially both east and west of the highway, just because of the way everything is down here. So, if a structure sits on a town line, it also is going through a public hearing process in Douglas. It is also going through a public hearing process in Uxbridge. If it's within 100 feet of a wetland, it's going through conservation hearings in all of those towns too, so you're gonna get that notification too. But this is framework. Do you allow that particular type of warehouse distribution to be added? What do we do for height? Do we allow a greater height in this special new area, this MTMC? And do we allow a reduction in that setback from the zone line, or do we keep it where it is? Or do we do something in between? So those are the major changes, and we need to run through the use table based on my discussions with Uxbridge. So I will put that up on the screen, and we can look at the things you talked about, going from special permit to permit, and why we were thinking that, and if that's a good move, or if we should put it back, and the things that the other towns think we should eliminate to maintain the vision, which was the original vision for this area. So we need to do that too. That's the framework. If that gets passed at town meeting, then like I said, it goes to the Attorney General, they check it out to make sure there's nothing illegal about it. And then at some point, they need to make their citing decision, I think they said within the next 2 months. They just told us peripherally, they want to be operational by 2021. So that would mean they'd be all, next year, they'd be going through the permitting and approval process with those hearings we talked about for site plan review, for 146 overlay, for
They want
all
this
of that.
fast tracked as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah. These-
I want to recognize that there are other, you've been here for an hour, 2 hours and 15 minutes, so don't not raise your hand, but Mike has a question.
I just, to your question, Kim, I think maybe just to get back to it very briefly, the ultimate vote of this gets to town meeting, where there's 300 people, 500 people, 800,
86.
I mean.
6 are good.
Yeah.
Two-thirds.
Right, of that
Two-thirds
group,
those
that's why you.
People that are present.
And voting.
Do you guys hold that meeting here?
No, it's at the school.
Okay.
all
At the
the
high,
time.
yeah.
In the gym.
Maybe they're a little cooler then.
There has been one here, but when nothing was anticipated. There have been one, but they're
Because-
almost always at the school.
Right,
in the
because
auditorium.
because issues like this that do affect a lot of people and neighbors should be voted on by more people. It's not us five, that's it, good, bad, and it's,
Yeah, this
that's
is the
why,
framework.
and the people who come here and speak like you did speak at the town meeting, the same exact thing, to those 500-600 people sitting in the audience, and then the vote is taken, so,
I wish.
I don't anticipate any big issues in this. I could be wrong, but,
So we have
part of
more-
what we're here for
No library.
is to try to shape what that is.
yeah,
That's
no, I
part of
agree,
it.
absolutely,
So that, and that's
absolutely.
what we need to do before they're allowed to leave
Right,
tonight.
so I want, if someone, you're here, please, don't not speak.
I have a question.
Go ahead, name
My
and
name is
address,
Jim Berry.
please.
I live at 2 Lackey Dam Road.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry?
As a vet, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, and I don't know who they are either.
And no one has told
None of
me.
us know who they are
Okay.
until a deal is signed. That's just the.
So this property hasn't been purchased yet?
It has not been purchased,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, we never, ever, ever know who they are until the framework that'll let them go forward is approved and they've signed on the dotted line. People think I'm holding a whole bunch of restaurant names in my head that are really going at Pleasant Valley Crossing. There's none. There is none that have signed on the dotted line because they want denser, more housing, and big businesses with lots of employees. So,
And we have the developer here, we've had the developer here and said, you have these pads, what's going on? And they have discussion after discussion, no one comes with money and a pen, they said.
Yeah.
And we think we have a fish on the line and the pad sits. And, you know, we have to call them in once in a while and say, then what happened to, you know, all these things that we thought were coming? Well, they
That's
never
when they
told
tell
us
us why,
who
but
they
yeah.
were. But it's a challenge.
as
But
you
we
can
have
imagine,
we know
they
more
don't tell
than
you
no
who
more
they
than
are
you.
until they're sure, because the competition
Unless you
will
know
get out there
something
in
you wanna
front of
share
them
with
and-
us.
So no plan has been submitted yet?
No, nothing.
No, I've seen a QT, like, rough sketches of conceptual things of how they would potentially structure things, but they've made that very clear, you know, to illustrate why they think they need these changes. This is, you know, this is how we probably have to position these things. That's why we think we need these changes. But the deal is, the reality is, and I tell people this every time, when we're talking about zoning changes, forget what they promised you. What they promised you, you might see in exactly the form they drew it in. But there's no guarantee. Until they walk in the door with the application, you need to make a decision based on, is this potentially good or is this potentially bad? And what do we need in place to make sure we get the best out of it instead of going sideways with it?
Thank you,
So,
Mike.
yeah, we never know until the deal
I
is
see your
signed.
hand.
Thanks, Ann.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, just a little history. The original 1989 zoning bylaw of this particular parcel was a 50-foot offset. And all the people in Blackie Dam never even knew that they were changing the zoning of that, because we live out in the area where.
We just don't like you. No, I really, we do. Since I've been here, we do it.
But anyway,
There was no internet.
I got on the earth removal board in 1995, and somehow the thing came to my attention that there was a 50-foot offset. So I went and petitioned the town for citizens petition and got the thing changed to 100 feet. And I still think that one of the reasonings was because I think that is a 60-foot right-of-way.
All I can tell you is what's on the state thing. I will check into it tomorrow, but that's why I went to the actual official record.
But I mean,
Which seems narrow to me. It does, but that's what the record says. So I'll check our own records as opposed to the state's records tomorrow.
Actually, I know where the bounds are on the road, so I can, because they still have the bounds, the Mass Highway bounds on that road. And they go way into the property lines off the side of the street.
Good.
Yeah.
So anyway, but
Yeah.
I still think.
A minimum of 20 foot of the setback, the buffer, is in a street where you
Right.
can't plant trees or
Right.
build berms. It
And
might be
I-
as much as 30 feet of that setback or
And
buffer.
I
maybe
think the
between-
petition that I put through, it was a cut. You couldn't cut any of the trees either.
Yeah, I mean,
In the buffer.
our bylaw, residents in particular, have amended our bylaws over the years, cause when you think about it, there's some buffers, maybe between you and your neighbors, that are just scrubby, awful looking stuff. So language was adjusted a while ago to leave it in its natural state or upgrade it.
Yeah.
So if you have a bunch of scrubby brush that isn't worth much or is not attractive, you can take that down, but you have to then show a plan to replant and be attractive and start with non-shrubbettes, as the board would call them, not plants
How's your hand
that
up?
won't grow.
I recognize you. Name and address.
Mike Matrick, 28 General Lane.
Thank you, Mike.
I know we're laying the framework, but just thinking ahead of time if it does happen, are you, since it's a multi-town project, are you planning on bringing town soil from Northbridge or Douglas or?
That's always a negotiation. That's always a negotiation between the towns, and just like the assessing will be negotiation and with the assessors, but it can be done with an agreement. I did check with council. But yeah, the developer will obviously want to bring the sewer and the water the cheapest, quickest route.
Gas too.
Right, Yeah, they'll wanna bring it the cheapest, quickest route. We don't care other than if it's, cause you're talking, if this is really warehouse distribution, the potable water and sewer is nothing. It's gonna be minimal flows. So, however, if they could extend the sewer line, that would help our residents, we would push for that, obviously, if, you know, or septic failures or whatever. And Douglas and Uxbridge will do the exact same thing. And there are some very strong-willed sewer commissioners in the town of Douglas who try to get all the flow to come to them, even if there's no pipe anywhere nearby. So, but yeah, that's usually decided during the development process. Their plan that they bring in has to show the sewer lines and where it's going to initially, where they want it to go to, and then it'll all be negotiated.
And then has conservation walked the site yet? I know, we saw them in there a while ago.
No,
I forgot where they
again-
were digging perk holes.
Again, nothing's been filed, so there's nothing for any board to look at. There's nothing, they are probably in there doing due diligence with engineering firms and stuff to find out and do those initial building positionings and to see what they've got to work with. Because you do have a significant wetland resource right up in the corner at Lackey and Oakhurst that won't be able to be, well, it could be filled, but they'd have to replicate every square foot of that, which would make no sense. So that needs to stay, so they need to understand where the edge of that is. So if you see blue flags going up, those are the wetland edges.
Is there-
You name it.
Is there anyone else here that came, that hasn't spoken? I want you to have an opportunity. You don't have to speak, just being present speaks volumes.
And we are gonna go through those details, so there might be more room to speak.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But just one of the things that I wanna bring forward is, cause Jen says a lot of stuff, but I think we get overwhelmed because,
sorry.
you know, we don't exactly know. Basically what it is it's the town meeting where you get to vote, okay? So that's where you're gonna be. Now, the other thing is, you know, after when it's voted through and then a project's coming through and you have hearings and you get notified, you don't get a vote then, okay? You can get to say something, but you don't get any votes, right?
You
They
do
get
not.
no votes.
They will get the
They
vote.
get the votes, you get no votes. Your only vote you're getting is at the town meeting.
Yeah.
Don't miss it.
And then as far as, you know, we'd like to see this board recommend the buffer zone and everything, because it's very hard to get up there at a town meeting and do it right and ask for them to change it, to make the buffer zone bigger. You need to get this stuff kinda worked out before you get to that town meeting.
Tell you, she's got
Absolutely.
such background.
Is this true?
She
So
is
let
not
me
new
bring it-
on this.
If no other people want to speak for the first time, there you go. Go ahead.
Vicky Bruce, 38 Gentle Lane.
Thank you.
38 Peggy?
Vicky.
Vicky, thank you.
38 Jenna Lane.
Got it. I always get the address
My concerns
first.
are as everybody else's, and we've been here 3 years. The concern is that I feel that the 60 feet is well over where it should be. Gentle Lane and Jared are set up. So we're gonna be looking down on the building, and I sit at the top of Jared, and I have a perfect view down to the woods. I think it would be really good to establish here the height limit and the setback. And that's my concern, is if it goes further, that's going to be lost.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking. Anyone else?
I just wanna say thank you to all you board members for your time and your,
We're
you
not
know,
done yet.
careful listening to our concerns regarding our town, and obviously I've worked with Jen in the past, but thank you, Jen, you do a spectacular job.
You're welcome.
Kudos to you for all your information.
Stick
He knows
around.
where to find me if you have more to say. I can give you my cards too.
I got those.
So after we
Alright.
hear all that, as the chairperson, I get to bring it back to the board and ask,
So, do you wanna go through the MTMC? I did give you a new version of the MTMC articles. You
I
do
wanna hear
have
'em.
them, and they are up on the screen right now.
right, and I just take, are you
leaning
feeling the same
anywhere?
as you did 2 weeks ago, or do we need to make some changes, I guess, so, curious to hear from board members. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, I have questions on 4. I know it's been changed from special permit to permit, and I'd like to look at those again.
Yep, uses.
Michael?
Yeah, no, I would certainly, think we should revisit them and talk about them a little bit more, cause
Yeah.
I think the issues from the neighbors are valid, but the heights and the setbacks, so, you know.
I have a hard time visualizing things, but I think the 100-foot needs to stay in place, and if we don't have that, then I can't consider it 60 feet, but if it's 100 feet,
Right.
then I have room to talk about some height things, but it's the 100-foot, I think, is critical, that for me, anyways.
I wish you all were here a few weeks ago when we were talking about this, cause I think we sit here and say there's no opposition to what we're thinking about doing, so let's go forward with the article that we have, so. I think it's worth reconsidering some of the, details in the bylaw.
Absolutely, I agree.
The fire chief, obviously, whenever we get a height bylaw, we ask the fire department what they think, so, cause they put out fires. So this is the fire chief's, commentary that he asked to read into the record. I would like to be crystal clear and quoted about not only this requested project, but all other projects in the future here in Sutton. I or the fire department do not care if we allow structures to be erected to 260 feet in height, as long as there are stipulations in place. And you're gonna remember, he's not coming from pretty, he's coming from can I protect you, okay? Those stipulations would be the structure must be sprinkled, which is their proposal. And if the authority having jurisdiction, AKA the AHJ, it's a technical term, and or the fire chief deem necessary, the installation and placement of fire department connections known as standpipes. These standpipes will be strategically placed throughout the structure under the recommendation and guidance of the Sutton Fire Department to provide adequate fire suppression to the structure. The Sutton Fire Department trains and has the equipment to provide fire suppression in multi-floor and or high-rise structures. Any further questions, concerns, or comments, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, and please stay safe. So, from the fire protection standpoint, as long as sprinklered, anything over 7,500 square feet has to be sprinkled anyways, let me just be clear on that. But sprinklered and standpipes if required, and he doesn't care if it's 260 feet. It's a little excessive, but.
As we go forward, Mr., through the chair, that, if we're gonna go forward with these changes or these considerations that we're making now, when this motion is made on the floor, it's gonna be read that way? Is that
Yeah,
how we
so
do this?
what we would do, as you know, and as you pointed out correctly, you get on the town meeting floor and start to play with stuff, and it is just, so always best to have the recommendations exactly as you feel they should be, and always best to have the warrant written with the changes already in there. Anybody can propose a change on the town meeting floor, as you know, but as soon as people start to do that, it gets crazy. People start sitting on the fence, which makes some votes easier to get, most votes easier to get, because it's present and voting. And sometimes it goes sideways altogether, and it's just horrible. So, yes, the reason I'm saying you have to do this tonight is because I am sending a final recommendation memo to FinCom and the selectmen tomorrow, and we will make sure the warrant is revised, and council, because town council checks all of these for legality, reviews that final warrant before the selectmen post it on the 1st.
So it's the 11th hour, let's do it.
Do it.
Please.
So these are the MTMC articles. So you can see the first one is literally just that base article. It's changing that area I showed you that's currently OLI to MTMC. So it's just changing the name. So we're clear. This one is in the exact form approved by council. So nothing would change about that article. Why this is blacked out, I really don't know. I will hand you a copy of it. But basically, this is, in our bylaw, there's a list of every district that is in the town. There's 6 of them right now. We need to revise because an attorney wrote all of these. A really good land use attorney wrote all of these, and he messed up this article. There's a precursor in front of this little one, and I'm gonna just show it to you because I know it looks scary to not see what's in that box.
Redacted?
It's not redacted. We don't redact in Sutton. This is what it looks like, okay? So it's just a chart, and right now it contains the names of all 6 districts. So they're adding a block that says Multi-Town Mixed Commerce, MTMC. So the name of the district that'll be added and its abbreviation. However, the attorney forgot to put that right above it in the bylaw it says, the town of Sutton is divided into 6 districts, so we need to adjust the article, because if this goes through, it should say the town of Sutton will be divided into 7 districts. So that's housekeeping. So we will be changing that language to say 7 districts, and then it will look exactly like has been proposed right here. Now, this is the meat right here. This is the actual use table. Now, I believe it was you, Dana, that said you called somebody. You didn't call me. Because, as you might guess, a district can only give you kind of a rough indication of what's in it. What's in it, the meat of what a district is what the residents vote to put in this list. So, it could be called business highway, and it could have, you know, a nuclear waste plant minimum 500 acre size, if that's what the residents vote to put in it. So the name is only an indication of what might be in it. What a district is what this chart says it is. Okay, so this is really where the rubber hits the road. So, multi-town mix, so these are our 6 districts. R1 is rural residential, R2 is suburban residential, V is village, B2 is business highway, I is industrial, OLI is office light industrial, MTC is the proposed multi-town mixed commerce. What you'll see is that OLI and MTC look a lot alike, but they don't have to. We can't change anything that's in columns 1 through 6 because that was not advertised and that is not what we're talking about, but we can change anything that is in that MTMC column. We have a permissive bylaw. If a use is not a listed, it is not allowed. If it has a dash through it, it is prohibited. If it has an S with a little asterisk, it's a special permit from the planning board. And if it has a P, it's permitted as of right. That doesn't mean you just walk in and you get to do it. That means in most cases you still have to go through site plan review hearing. But we can't say no to a use with a P unless there's a life safety issue that comes up in the public hearing process.
So as a point of what we're doing here, I didn't hear anybody concerned about the use. I've only heard 2 concerns, setbacks and height.
No, there were concerns about the use. Yeah, there was concerns about the use and about some uses being changed from permitted, special permit to permitted. So that's why I wanna go through this table. And I have highlighted, see how there's a little yellow there? Yeah. Eliminate highlighted uses. These are the ones that are highlighted. The towns of Douglas and Uxbridge said, hey, think about that, because the original vision in all of our 4 town area districts was these larger structures with more employees, more square footage, more real estate, larger uses that could take advantage of the unrestricted ramp system right there. So I'm just, all right. So MTMC does not allow any residential uses except for continued care retirement communities. Because when we adopted continued care retirement communities, they can be commercial in nature. They can be little cottages, but they can also be, taller structures with blah, blah, blah. So when we created that use, we allowed it by special permit from the planning board in every district. So unless I hear otherwise and people want that struck, we'll just leave that the way it is, or you can strike it, whatever you want to do. Community facilities and institutions. As you all might know, you may not prohibit churches of any kind. That is against Massachusetts state law and federal law. So a P must be in this column, period. That next one should be highlighted, yellow. Country, hunting, fishing, tennis, or health clubs, golf courses, day camps, other camps, outdoor athletic fields with structures not to exceed 10,000 square feet footprint. Again, this was meant to be a job-creating commerce area, so that was one of the uses that was suggested we remove from this. As was cemetery, town equipment garage, and power plant and refuse facility. Those were all recommended to be eliminated by our adjoining towns, and I don't disagree with them. Public utility except power plant or refuse facility, frankly, I don't know why we even have it listed here other than the fact, because public utilities can pretty much go anywhere they want through the DPU process, so.
So are these things not gonna be there, or they are gonna be there?
Right now, they're supposed to be there. Our adjacent towns has asked us to reconsider that in the MTC area and make all of these, except for public utility, prohibited. So put dash marks all the way down. So there would, church you have to allow. So that would stay P, because you can't disallow it. But number 2 would go to a dash line, number 3, number 4, and number 6 would go to dashes. So none of those uses would be allowed in this area.
None whatsoever.
None,
Okay.
period. None of those uses.
Can the public utility be a special permit?
The public utility could be a special permit, yeah, I mean, but here's the deal. In reality, if a public utility wants to go there, you're not gonna be able to require them to get a special permit. Now, if there's some kind of weird public utility I'm not thinking about, wouldn't be the first time, it wouldn't hurt you to have a special permit there. I just don't know if, when it gets to the AG, they might just strike it, because you can't, there's certain processes like churches and schools that you can't put those uses through.
And I wanna make sure everyone heard Jen, if it's not listed as permitted, then it can't happen.
Or period,
That-
it's
and
not in the list.
That's real important to remember. Special permit means it can be permitted, but you have to come before a board.
And we can say yes or no, if it's got
So
an
there's
S.
something coming down the road, something coming down the pipe 10 years from now that we don't know about right now. If it's not listed, then it's not permitted. That's, not all towns do that this way. They say, well, if it isn't there, that means we can do it. In Sutton,
It's
it
weird.
means no.
I mean, why wouldn't you want an athletic field? I mean, it doesn't.
Well,
I'm
because.
not worried about revenue, let's be honest.
Yeah, because this area was intended to be
How do you find out what that
revenue
plan
creation.
was?
So
You
to
go
that point, if
back
you
to
leave
the-
it under special permit, that means if there's something we haven't heard of, they gotta come in and we can talk about it. But if it's something we haven't heard of, it's not listed, we've had this come before, and we have, so it can't happen. And
I
if
think
we-
her question is, why wouldn't we leave in Country Hunting Fishing Club? The reason why the other towns are suggesting it be removed is because the original vision for this area was that it was a revenue and job generator, which those kind of uses are not revenue job generators compared to other things we would be
And,
allowing.
and I can, because I'm familiar, I live in the center of town, there was a florist down on 146 who wanted to move into Polly's Antiques and sell flowers. Sounded like a great idea, till we looked at this, not allowed. Polly's has to be it was like, what? It doesn't matter what we think, even if we thought it was dumb, not allowed, that hatched the village district. So can we let a few things,
Not
and
this
by the
village
way,
district.
I was helping, I was at the town hall looking across at the beehive. There's holes in the roof. But it's not all, no one can buy it and put an office there, no one can buy it and be a dentist. Something's gotta be done. It's just, call whoever owns that, they gotta give it to the town so we can, it's just, but that's what the zoning does. So think long and hard when you say, yeah, X it all out, that means, no, can't be there.
Just to be clear, I know you probably said it, there's a P by number 5 and an S by number 6. So are you saying, I thought you said before, take those out, those should be dashes?
What the towns of Uxbridge and Douglas have asked us to reconsider a bunch of these uses. I do not disagree with them because of the original purpose of this district. That number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 6 should all be prohibited uses. Number 5, I don't think it matters because public utilities can go wherever they want through the DPU process. But if there is some weird form of public utility that I'm not thinking about now, that's gonna come hit us, to Bob's point, in 20 years, and we're gonna want control of that, we might even wanna change that P to an S.
I'm not overly concerned about a public utility as compared to a refuse facility being.
Right, so you want that prohibited.
Mhm.
So,
With an X through.
with a line means it is,
No letter, just a
right,
dash.
it's just a dash,
Just
Not
making
allowed.
sure.
That's not an
Just
option.
wanna-
okay?
I don't wanna walk out of here saying, hey, wait a minute now, I was under
That
the
doesn't
impression
mean
this was
that
going on.
people can't
So.
sign a petition, come before
So
the
let's-
town, and we start,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So that's why it's so important if there's 2 days a year where you get a babysitter, it's that spring town meeting and that fall town meeting, because that's where everything happens.
So just so.
All right, so one category at a time.
Just so I understand what's going on, you're editing this in front of us?
I'm telling you what Uxbridge and Douglas have asked us to do, and what I, as your planning director, agree or don't agree with, based on the original concept for the office light industrial district and how we've been building it out over the 20 years I've been here. So, let's take it section by section, unless you wanna go through 8 sections and then come back.
No, section by section. We have to be done by midnight.
All right.
It's against the law to be here past midnight.
Way past my bedtime.
Yeah. All right, so are you good with, you have to leave church, so church doesn't change.
Right.
Do you want to leave public utility? Or do you wanna change it to a special permit, cause you can't prohibit it? The Attorney General will clock you for that, so forget it.
Are we making a motion here, or?
Yeah, I guess that's my concern, because
Okay,
number
that
5
one, you
encompasses
saw it?
both, instead of just one in particular. It
No,
says
it's-
either public utility except power plant. Okay, never mind.
Except for,
I
it's
was
its
reading
own
it incorrectly.
category.
Should've told me that, Kyle, before.
Okay, I got that, okay.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody's agreed that number 6 gets prohibited, right?
Right,
Yes.
right, yeah.
Number 3 and number 4, do we care if, number 3 and number 4 are not revenue generators, we have plenty of land for cemeteries, and our town equipment garage has plenty of space elsewhere as well.
Right.
So number 3 and 4 prohibited?
Yes.
Alright, like I said, number 2 is proposed to be prohibited only because it is not a big revenue generator, and as you can see from the use table, it is allowed everywhere else in this town. Everywhere else. It is not likely to be placed in the office light industrial, but it could, in which case it could displace something that would create more jobs and more revenue
It's not good utilization of our land,
of that.
of our commercial property.
So we're clear, cause you all getting the fun, fast lesson today, 91.7% of this town is zoned rural residential. Another 2.1% is zoned R2 and village. The rest, what's left, is the only land we have for business and tax-based generation. So that's why we go a little crazy about trying to maximize what's in those last 2 columns. Okay, so, public utility, okay, so 2 and 5, those are the only 2 we're discussing still. 2 prohibited, or leave it the way it is?
Prohibited.
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 Let's make money.
Okay, so that's the majority vote of the
Special
board,
permit
or
on 5.
majority opinion of the board to prohibit number 2. And number 5, leave it the
Special
way it is,
permit.
or make it a special permit.
Special
Special permit, go ahead.
Number 5, special permit.
us without the
Now,
same
here's
we
the,
have.
If
now I'm
anything-
gonna ask them the question. Do you wanna be in charge of that special permit, or you want the zoning board of appeals to be in charge of that?
Of course, the planning board.
The zoning board of appeals meets once a month. The zoning board of appeals, their specialty is variances. Your deck is too close to your lot line, you go to the zoning board of appeals. That's their specialty. And if the building commissioner does something you don't like, you wanna appeal his action, you go to the zoning board of appeals. They do grant use variances, you're gonna see them. I mean, use permits, but that's not their specialty. And it elongates a process. You have to go to multiple, it's just crazy sometimes. Okay, so we're done with B. Here's C, agricultural. You cannot prohibit agriculture over 5 acres. That P has to stay there. But the request is to prohibit all agriculture under 5 acres, including the year-round or temporary stand for retail produce. Again, because as you can see, you can do it everywhere else in this town, and it's not a big revenue or job generator.
I think in the name of consistency, if this is being looked at by the abutting towns, we should try, the intent was this was gonna be
Revenue to job.
reasonably similar.
Yes.
So they should be deleted.
So change those small agriculture
Dashes.
to prohibited. You cannot prohibit large agriculture.
Or dashes, right?
Yeah, dashes. Boop, boop, that's prohibited. Alright, that's 1,
Prohibited.
2,
Yes.
3,
Dash it.
4. On the line, I only need 4. I only need 3. Okay, so those, all the small agriculture, so that's number 2, A through D. Can't raise fur animals there already, sorry ferret people.
Can you have,
You can have a large farm.
if you own it and you've got a house on it, you can have your pets and your cows
Oh,
and
yes.
your chickens and stuff? Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anything that's considered a domestic animal. Of course, we are a right to farm community too, so you get even more latitude here. D, office uses. The only, let me see, so business and professional, including banks and monetary, permitted as of right. You can
And that's
see,
switched.
that's switched. Basically, when the board made these switches last week, they're like, business and professional office is a no-brainer. Why would we ever want a business and professional office to go through another hoop? Why would there be an occasion where we'd want a business or professional office not to be in this town? The board said no, so why are we putting an extra permit on it? It doesn't mean it doesn't still go through a public hearing, it just means that we can't say no. We can only, unless there's a life safety issue. So that's why they changed from that S asterisk to a P for this particular use. Cause they couldn't think of a reason why you would ever want to require even more printing for that use. You good with that?
Good with the
To
whole
me, that's
table.
more about you being able to shape the project. If it's permitted by right, then you can't say no, you can't.
You can't say no, but you know darn well we can shape the crap out of it.
You have a site plan review
And
process.
we will.
Special
It's not
permit?
that
They can stop.
No,
and
it's
ask
gonna
for a
stay-
vote, and if you can't say no and it meets the bylaw.
This is gonna stay as permitted. There's also a signal and a message sent to the developer.
That we
Special
want
permits
more
are more
of this.
difficult potentially.
Right.
Permitted means they can go ahead and build their
Well,
structure,
so
so they'll
then,
go
but why
forward.
is the MTMC different than the OLI? Like, why would we do lesser in this district?
Because we didn't have enough time to think about it, or we probably would be changing the OLI
We're
too,
learning our lessons as we go
to
forward.
permitted. Yeah, it shouldn't be special permit even in the OLI.
Correct. Why don't we change that while we're at it?
We can't, I
No.
wish we could, I already asked. It wasn't advertised for that, so we can't touch the OLI. Okay,
D is good.
P? Any more comments on the P? Okay, I know that sounds really good too. 1, P. Oh, we'll come back to you.
It's fine, yeah.
P? Bob, P or S?
I like SP, special permit.
You like S?
yeah.
So 2 Ps, 1 S.
What are we talking about now?
Miriam.
Business and professional offices.
Business and professional, are you just gonna allow it with site plan
Number
review
one,
hearing?
number
Or are you
one.
gonna
We're back
require a
there?
special permit
D1.
and site plan review?
We haven't gotten past that yet.
An additional permit for a business and professional office.
Where? Show me, cause I was
Point it
reading
out,
this.
Scott.
This one.
I don't have an electronic pointer.
Oh,
Might
D,
D
D,
one.
oh.
There should be a P also. They should all be Ps.
Ps.
Oh, well, we're gonna just leave it the way it is. But planned business development is, that's kind of the highest and best use for this area. It's where you'd allow a mix of different types of business uses, maybe even with some restaurants and retail to support the development, maybe even with some housing for workers who work there in a cohesive, well-designed, gorgeous development. That's like the cream of the crop we want. So, but it can also be heavier intensity uses mixed in there, so you would never do it P, even though we'd really like it. You need that S, because it could be a warehouse with housing for the majority of the workers in the management, and a big old, restaurant to serve everybody. It could be bad things, and it could be a lot of good things. Or I shouldn't say bad things, but intense things. So, that's kind of the best of planning, there's some gorgeous ones out there.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, now I know what you're talking about.
Alright, so P or S on number 1.
But
Give me a majority opinion
The
here, people.
word business.
Business.
A business or professional office, that's
Should be
real
permitted.
that's real wide.
Yeah, well,
That's
it's,
really wide.
it's
I can
not-
say I can create something and convince people it's a business, and no one's hurt, so
yeah, other than the fact that you have a lot of other
special permit.
uses, but.
Special permits means you gotta come in and we gotta hear about your
Alright.
new business that we've never heard of before.
Okay.
Because it didn't
So we've got
exist.
1 special permit, we've got 2 permitted, we've got And 2 fence sitters that have to get off the fence. I need
I'm
one
going
more or
special
2
permit.
more, huh?
Special permit.
Special permit, so 2 and 2, you're the decider, sweetie.
Mario.
You should have talked faster, then he would have been the decider.
Permitted.
Permitted?
Yeah.
Okay. So number 1 is staying the way it's shown right now. It's permitted as of right, it still goes through a public hearing with the planning board. We're not proposing any change to number 2. Freestanding automatic tellers, no. I'm thinking no. That's just a building with an automatic teller. It's not a bank, it's just
No
a
job.
box that money
There's no
shoots
job.
out of.
It's not doing anything.
There's no job.
Right.
There's almost, so I'm thinking 3 should
Strike
be.
it. Slash.
Strike it.
3 prohibited. Planned business development should stay the way it is. Research and development,
Special
I mean,
permits.
it's safest as a special permit because you don't know the size.
Yeah.
It is a use that's up and coming, or I shouldn't say up and coming, it's here and you want it, but it could be big, so.
Special permit.
And
Okay.
what they're researching.
Retail, trade, and services. Now we'll watch everybody freak out here. Ready? Are stores selling goods to the public? A little broad. The only reason I think we were okay with this going to permitted is because stores that you don't love are otherwise listed here and prohibited. So that's the only reason I think the board was comfortable with. If you're a store, we want you there. But you might wanna leave that as a special permit for that, Bob, something you don't anticipate store. Special permit?
Special permit.
Special permit?
Yeah.
You're a P, I know you are. Free market.
P.
What are you? Special permit?
Special permit.
All right, so stores selling goods to the public.
Yeah.
Oh, you might want most of those, it could be a different animal you're not aware of, so we're gonna change that back to a.
Too.
That's right.
And unless you say zoning board, I'm making these planning board special permits. Drive-through windows on a pharmacy by special permit, sales by vending machines prohibited. Restaurants, again, we wanted to encourage some restaurants, so we went from special permit to permitted.
Yep.
Cause we couldn't figure a restaurant we wouldn't want. Cause you can't pick and choose, let's be very clear,
Good
you
one.
can't say, now,
A good
fast food restaurants are separate here, so this is a restaurant. So we couldn't think of one, and you can't choose, you can't go, I don't like Pub 99, but I like Joey's Pizza, you can't do that, sorry.
Okay, but it's not fast food.
It's not fast food, no. So restaurants, we went from special permit to permitted, are you good with that?
Yep.
Good,
Good.
good?
Your restaurant.
Restaurants. Okay, so we're leaving restaurants as P. Restaurants and a cafeteria, accessory to a main use. So if you have a big warehouse distribution, they can have their own cafeteria. Who cares, right? Drive-through window for a restaurant, but only when a minimum of 1,000 square feet is dedicated to the restaurant use. I don't even remember where this one came from, just, cause it's not, fast food is separate than this. So I honestly don't even remember where this came from, so I'm really liking that prohibited, cause I don't even remember what this means. I honestly just
Yeah.
don't.
Could be like a small Dunkin' Donuts, you know how like the one in Grafton they
It's
have, they have
just
that
weird.
standalone building
It's
that's
just-
really small.
Yeah, well, and it's, I mean, there's Panera's now with drive-through windows, there's one right at the end of my street in Sturbridge, and that's great, but I don't think that's what we were thinking of here. So I'm just
Just leave
leery, unless we think that through more about lifting that.
Just leave it for now,
Dash.
I'd say.
Hotels and motels by special permit, personal service establishment, that is like a nail salon, blah, 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 permitted. Funeral homes, no. Hospital and medical clinic.
Under number 8, cause I bring it up, cause they have, I wanna get,
Yeah, the
I wanna
only
get a tattoo.
reason-
I wanna get a tattoo.
That is a personal service establishment.
It's permitted.
It is permitted, absolutely.
Couldn't get a tattoo in Sutton, now you could.
You've always been able to get a tattoo inside.
Okay.
It's just
personal
gotta be a
service.
nice looking tattoo, Paul.
Okay.
So, and the only reason that I said, well, that can be really small, doesn't create a lot of jobs, and they have uses in Douglas and Uxbridge that combine these smaller uses into one complex. So, and if you've noticed, it's a driver in a lot of the new retail complexes, those nail salons and the dentist, they just are, even if you don't want one more. They pull business in. All right, so hospital, medical clinic, special permit, convalescent nursing home, we allow by special permit. Do we still wanna allow that in this district and the OLI? Again, it is a big job creator, it is a big tax base creator. I don't know if you'll get one, but, yeah?
Yes.
Repair services for appliances and everything except for automobiles. You good with that? Motion picture establishment, amusement facility, and that is defined in our bylaw, or sports complex, that's like the HAB. Permitted as of right.
Yeah.
For-profit education, you can play with for-profit education, you can't play with non-profit education. So that's special permit. Communication or television towers, this is another one I wish we'd define, does not include a wireless communication facility. So this isn't about cell towers. That's the next one down. Allowed by, and these ones, the zoning board actually specializes in wireless, so that's why this is a zoning board special permit. And number 17 is the ultimate in screw-ups that we need to fix, but maybe not in this district, unless you want to. For some reason, and I think it was about here, remember 3 Singletary when bank guy and lady with the S first name, Stephanie, Sandy, whatever, when they first did the antique shop here in
Right,
Sutton Center.
Polly's. Yeah.
We added it by special permit in the rural residential so she can make that investment
Yeah.
in that. And we prohibited antique shops everywhere else. And I have no idea why. It just seems counterintuitive.
Well, we don't want one in this district.
But we're allowing stores selling goods to the public. But we're allowing stores selling goods to the public. What's an antique if it's not a store? Now, so I'm just letting, this is the mismatch here that we have to fix at the next town meeting. We allow stores selling goods to the public as of right, except for antique stores.
Yeah.
But
Well, the antique store is more for just that, the residential district, probably, that's all, right?
Yeah, but why would you not wanna allow antiques anywhere else? You can sell anything else.
Cause you already can.
No, you can't, cause if it's listed separately.
Stores selling goods.
But it's
No,
listed separately
if it's
as
listed
prohibited.
separately, it goes by that, it's prohibited.
Shouldn't be even on the list.
Well, now that we have the village district that took care of that one, I think that was put in there specifically
Yeah,
for that
so-
reason, which the
so-
village district
So here's
takes
the
care
deal,
of.
we need to fix this at the next town meeting, but in the meantime, since you already allow stores selling goods to the public
Might as well
in this
make it
district, do you
permitted.
wanna say antique shops, even though they're probably never gonna come to this district, do you wanna allow them if they wanna come?
What the heck?
It's
P?
10 o'clock.
I think the
Yeah.
difference is that this is less than 1,000 square feet. This is poor utilization of
Right.
It is small.
industrial land.
It is
Absolutely
tiny.
right.
So you wanna leave it? Okay, so we got one prohibited.
Leave it till we fix it at
Prohibited.
next town
Prohibit?
meeting, yeah.
Leave it until we fix it?
Because the other could be a
Leave
large
it.
grocery store.
Cause once we fix it, it's gonna be taken care of on the stores that sell
Alright,
things,
so 17, I'm gonna put a pin in that for the next town meeting, it needs to be fixed in general. Commercial kennels, no. Self-storage facilities, no. Okay, on to vehicle and automotive. Everything's prohibited there, it's railroad and railway express service. There's no railroad, we don't really need to have that permitted. There's no railroad,
Break it through,
so,
In aggregate.
number 4,
strike.
strike it.
Well,
In this area, there is no railroad.
in this area, okay, I was gonna say.
In this area.
This is the area. This isn't
This
only.
is just
only
South
South
Sutton.
Sutton, okay.
Right.
So unless you think we're gonna get railroads sometime soon.
No.
So we're gonna strike number 4.
Yep.
And number 5, that's the one that used to be interpreted as all kinds of trucking, all kinds of warehousing. That's the one Champion was allowed under, that's the one Home Depot applied under. Now, if you read our definitions, that is just a trucking service with a warehouse.
Yep.
Like Ross Express, FedEx, UPS, it's literally just that. So that's where all of them used to be allowed. Commercial gas stations, not allowed. Warehouse distribution, that's the new one. They wanted a P there, we changed it to an S.
Which is a P, they just gotta come in and talk to us.
Well, we maintain the ability to say no if the impacts can't be mitigated.
Yep.
We can say no. Like Home Depot, for perfect example. 57 conditions, $3 million in mitigation. They got their approval, but, and they agreed to do all that, they didn't appeal the decision. But we were able to use the special permit process. We could have used just site plan review, it just gave us an extra hammer, which Paul was talking about a little earlier. So, so are we leaving that whole section
Yeah.
that way except for number 4 that we're striking?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Number 5, manufacturing, processing, and earth removal. Processing in our bylaw is food processing, and you've got the bylaw, somebody pull the bylaw, read the definition of processing,
Gotta find it first.
right up front. It's not earth, you can't process earth, so you can't break up rocks and make a lot of noise under that one.
Processing earth, it says.
No, just processing.
Processing earth.
Just processing earth.
Yes, processing is in bold print.
Yes.
Earth altering. the
Or
cattle.
food, the treatment of food substances, including live animals, in such a manner as to change its properties with a view to preserving, improving its quality, or making it functionally more useful by passing it through a sequence of actions.
You just totally confused me, so it is earth and food?
Huh?
Or are they separate? I thought they were separate.
Processing is in bold
Processing
print.
has both, it has both and has big or in it, big or word,
Food or earth?
looks like that.
Earth or food.
So
That she
then,
starts with
You wanna
earth
keep
or
that as
food.
an S, I would have to think.
or you just, if it's earth, you might just wanna strike it. Cause earth processing, if it's literally earth processing, that can be,
There's earth removal.
Sitting on a sand pit, you don't want it there.
you're sitting on a sand pit,
Yeah,
right,
it's-
yeah.
there's a lot of
Earth-
there's a lot of gravel
Earth
there.
removal is the actual excavation and processing, which again, it's highlighted cause it should get struck, cause it's just really, really noisy and not great.
Always edits that can happen.
And you can do it right now, by the way, obviously, in there, that was an earth removal pit, all of that area was the pits. It is the pits, it is still a permitted pit.
Jen, it clearly says processing, and it's in two sets, earth, and then in big letters, or food.
Alright, so you wanna, I would say strike that then, you make it, unless we pull them apart. Like, cause there's nothing wrong with food permitting, it's a lot of jobs. We have plenty of water in that area, new 16-inch water line with almost unlimited supply. But earth is a whole different animal in terms of noise and impacts. Why do we have those together? We need to fix them.
I say we strike it until we fix it.
So strike it. It's number, is that, I hear one saying strike it until we fix it.
I agree, strike it for now.
Leave it.
Can we strike it and fix it
In
right
this,
now?
strike it and fix it? No, cause we have to
Okay. We
change the
can't do this.
definition.
All right, then,
Can't change the
then I guess we can leave it, but we need to fix it.
Leave it, fix it, leave it, fix it. You've gotta move faster. Strike it until
Leave
it's
it.
fixed.
Yeah.
Strike it until it's fixed, or leave it and fix it.
It's funny
Leave
how
it
it's
and
been
fix
here
it.
for how long, and we have nobody wanting to process
Yeah, nobody's
earth in the
gonna-
town of Sutton.
Yeah, I'm not worried about anybody running in, I'm just saying. G,
Quick,
so we're going to leave it, and number 1, we're going to put a pin in that.
Pin in
Leave
that.
it and fix it. All right, manufacturing, wholesale trade, wholesale sales of construction material. This is another one I think we need to figure out why wholesale trade and wholesale sales of construction material are listed separately, because they're defined
Special
as the
permit
same
for
thing.
that.
So, wholesale trade of any kind, and they probably should be separated as well. But in the meantime, you wanna have manufacturing if you can draw manufacturing.
And a special permit.
By
so-
special permit, right. So, landscape contractors, arborists, and building contractors are usually not good tax base generators in terms of structures, and they're not huge job providers, so I would suggest 3 be prohibited in this district.
But a building contractor, in my opinion, should be separate.
But I can't pull it apart on
I
this article.
understand that.
Strike it for now, I guess.
So
And then
number
we can try to
3
pull those apart.
Number
for
3,
future time.
prohibit. Are we good with
Three,
that?
if you,
Prohibit number 3?
if you leave it, we can fix it, because
We
we
can
have to come
fix it.
before us.
Wanna leave it, fix it?
Yeah.
So we gotta strike it,
Leave it, fix it.
leave it, fix.
Leave it, fix it.
Leave it, fix it.
Okay, so we're putting a pin in which one? Number 3.
Three.
Sorry,
Three.
pin in number 3, pin in number 1. Research and development, special permit. Accessory scientific research and development. So if you have a hospital or a clinic, they can do accessory scientific research and development. That's what that's about. Earth removal should be prohibited unless, now, earth removal you can do incidental to a subdivision, a site plan, and whatever. So if you're building something, you can remove the earth.
Because some of that stuff is up high and you probably want to, I mean, I
Get a
don't know,
little
if they
out.
get rid of where the veterinarian and everything is, they might want to bring that down, make it all level. and
Right,
be able to put more
but as
stuff in
long
there.
as they have an approved site plan, they can do that removal. That's what that number 7 is, but number 6 is just an earth removal operation. You're just digging out what's there and shipping it off on big trucks someplace else. So that, I'm thinking, should be prohibited.
And that's what's going on Lackey Dam Road
That,
in
well,
Douglas.
that's what's gone on these sites all over time,
That's
yes.
all these- a lot of these
There's
sites
nothing
are.
left there, so you don't have to
You
worry
don't have
about
to
it.
worry about it. The other thing too is that's what brought it to the level now where they can actually
That's
build
right,
something on it
that's-
too, so it's not so bad.
Right.
No, that's the whole point of earth
Yeah.
removal in most cases. So 6 prohibited? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Paving in contractors' yards prohibited. Accessory uses,
Special permit.
we gotta strike this, but, you never know what the accessory use could be to this category, so that's why that's a special permit.
Okay.
We deal with, I said we have to strike it because there's an actual C accessory below. We already have it below, we just need to change it. And then there's our last category, renewable energy. Small hydropower, not that we get it a lot here. Small wind
Yeah, real
turbines,
small.
those are little babies, not like holy name. And small photovoltaic, cause you have to allow some size of solar everywhere within your town. The board has already decided to strike large photovoltaic, cause it's not a huge tax generator, it does not generate any jobs, and it fences off large tracts of land that bunnies can't
What
use.
is the one in Oakhurst? Is that small?
That is a large,
That's large.
They're
Yeah.
building another one right adjacent to that one?
it's an extension, yeah,
Yeah.
phase 2. So they're.
That's the Northbridge, so is it not?
Straddles, both of them straddle the town line. Yeah, so, but that's it, they're maxed now. So you wouldn't be able to do any more here. Again, going through 4 of those now in Sutton, they're not big tax-based generators, they're not job generators. And they fence off, because they have to, for safety reasons, large areas which cause some differences in wildlife flow and blah, blah.
And they
You
take
name
up useful land
Useful
for
land.
other types of development.
Right, that could be generating jobs and way more taxes. And then use
Because they generate
accessories
power doesn't mean they
are
can sell it to
permitted.
somebody.
That's true.
Alright,
too.
so there's the
You want a
use
business.
table, alright? Now, every time you create a new zoning district, you have to give it area regulations, so we just made it exactly the same as the OLI. Has to have it at least 80,000 square feet, which is not gonna come into play at all here. Has to have 200 feet of frontage on a suitable roadway, and these are the side and rear setbacks. Again, these are the distance from the lot line that has to be maintained or upgraded. So a principal use already can't sit in those areas, okay? But the board can and has granted waivers for parking until this year, now that we've
Defined it.
defined use principle, we've granted waivers and allowed circulation and parking in some of those setbacks with increased landscaping to kind of shield them. As of this year, we're defining principal use in black and white, not just in practice, and so now you're not gonna be able to have parking in those areas. You can bring a driveway through your setbacks, otherwise you can't get into it around the lot. But those areas are to be left alone or upgraded. So we're just matching what's in the OLI, we're not changing anything there. All right, here come the fun footnotes. A lot of meat is in the footnotes to the area table, and these are the 4 footnotes that have to mention this district, or the developer is asked mention the district, or otherwise. So the first one is the one that Nick Nunemacher was talking about. Last year, we said no building shall be within 25 feet of any town boundary line, and we're adding except within the MTMC district, because of the ownership and the the geography, the ownership, lines, everything in this area, all kinds of parcels straddle the town line, and we already know just from the conceptual I've seen that to make any of this work, there's gonna have to be some structure straddling town lines. So you either forego the revenue, or you do allow some structures on lines, and as I mentioned, I have talked to town council about this. While we can't put right in our bylaw how taxes will be split by, say, percentage of building in each town, we can't do that, that's not legal. It is entirely possible for the towns, through their assessors, through their town administrators, through whoever they want,
just have to be
to
willing.
negotiate a tax plan and a sharing of responsibilities plan during or after an approval. So that's entirely possible.
Should this be numbered 1, 2, 3, not 2, 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, it should be, but these are the only ones we're changing.
Huh?
These are the only ones we're changing.
So there's other ones in between there
Yeah,
that we're
so
not
I just need to,
I see.
make sure council's happy with, actually, council already approved the article format, so I guess he's okay with that. So, to change just these footnotes. So number 6, number 7, and number 8, nothing's changing. We just have to note that all of those provisions don't just apply in the OLI, they apply in the MTMC, okay? So those are the widths that, you know, the being served by public water and sewer or a treatment facility, a properly permitted one, and you can't park on Joe's property for the use on Jill's property. If you have to have all your parking on your lot, or you can't do this project, okay? Because these are good-sized parcels. So those are all the same, we just mentioned the MTMC. The changes take place in number 2. Number 2 allows a building to sit on the line in this district. That's the only change in number 2. Number 9 is that setback. Number 9 is where it's 100 feet right now from the zone line, which runs down the middle of the roads, and they've asked for 50 feet. So the question is, do you put it back to 100? Do you do 70? Do you do 80? What do you do? And I think 50, I think you're right, 50 is too little, because the zone line's in the middle of the road. So whether the right-of-way is 40 feet or 30 feet, a chunk of what you need, because a lot of times you'll do earthen berms. You need to be able to grade up, you need to be able to grade down, that takes distance. Or you plant rows of screening and some fencing. Again, you need distance to create an effective buffer like that. So you need a minimum of full 50 feet, a minimum of full 50 feet. Now, I did tell you, I did the site walk for IBA to the Mendon Road houses, and 50 feet there, because there's an earthen berm that's been established and it's all grown up, is super effective, works really well. Of course, that was over time, obviously, that's grown up over time.
I'm looking ahead to the height.
Yeah.
And that's why I think 100.
Yeah, so if
100,
you want, we can come back to number 9 after we talk about height, if you want.
If we're gonna allow 60 feet, then I think we need 100 feet. We have to have a buffer, so.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Something's gotta give, or they can't have the height. If you can't have the height.
Are you okay with number 2, allowing a structure to straddle a line in this unique area?
Yes. I hear Nick, and I wish he was still here, but he has to work tomorrow too. I hear that it's complicated, I hear that it's not, it's challenging, but kinda like I say to you sometimes, but you're the planner, so do it.
That's your job.
Make sure we get
That's
the
right.
most out of it.
Granted, he
That's
doesn't
what we
get
pay
paid
you to do.
anything for his, but still.
I wish it was easy, and I wouldn't take his job, I don't want it, but how we can negotiate that, no matter what happens, he's gonna say we got the short end of the stick.
Okay, so you're okay with number 2?
There's too many town lines intersecting this area to
4
to
town
not allow
lines,
this.
right there.
So.
Yeah. All right, so we'll leave 2 the way it is. So number 9, you wanna talk about that, or you wanna talk about it in concert with this next one? Because they are kind of linked. So what they have proposed is 60 feet. What they proposed is the part that's in black and white. For lots in the MTC district above 35 feet, such buildings must have an adequate system of automatic sprinklers. The yellow highlighted portion is the portion I added with consult with the fire chief, as determined by the authority having jurisdiction, which is AHJ, and/or the Sutton Fire Chief, and if the AHJ and/or Fire Chief deems it necessary, the applicant shall also install fire department connections, also known as standpipes. The AHJ, the reason those are, it might be the fire marshal's office that has jurisdiction as opposed to the local fire chief, depending on the project, or both, depending on how big a project is. So that's just to let you know why it says AHJ and/or the fire chief, because they might not be one and the same. They could be, but they might not be. So, yeah, I think those two, as you've noted and everybody else has noted, those two, number 9 footnote and this article are inextricably linked.
Again, gentlemen, and ladies, just to express concerns, this is the meat of what we're all mostly here for, is the setback and the height. You're going from 35 to 60 feet, it's a 25-foot increase. It's quite a bit. I mean, I'd be willing to listen to something a little less than that.
50 feet?
50, 45, yeah.
Jen, can I just ask you, I know when this first came up with the 60 feet, obviously, I see that same thing where it's quite a jump from 35. Is this kind of come, obviously, from these
That's come right from them.
Okay.
That's come right from the potential warehouse distribution facilities. They wanna maximize racking, obviously, in their square footage. Now, we tried to get an answer. Both planners and the town engineers in the room tried to get an answer on, are you walking away if it's not 60? Because 60s, we're all looking at the same number. I mean, 60's not, I mean, Douglas's height is higher than 35 feet, but it's not 60.
What is it?
I'm trying to, theirs was 45 or 50.
Is that 60 from the
No,
utilities?
actually
Is that
60
60 from the
higher.
utilities on the top, or is that 60 from the?
60
So
is
if
the
they have
mean
generators
height.
and everything else, so it's the main height, so they could have
The
another,
mean height.
they could have another
Yeah.
10
There's
generators
generators
or.
and
Yeah, that's why we do,
ventilation.
yeah.
My concern,
Yeah.
is there a way to
So-
craft some language, if it's 60 feet, as long as you can't see it,
Right.
that's why the
Yeah,
the
that's why
buffer's
you
important.
have a special permit.
So
That's
that,
why
that,
it's a special permit.
If 60 feet doesn't bother me if you can't see it, but I think the only way you're gonna
Right.
get that is
You know,
having
and
a
that's
100-foot
why,
buffer.
that's why we do the view shed renderings.
Right.
That's why we do the,
So how do we, if you can,
then you make.
it can be 60 feet with 50-foot buffer, as long as we can't see it, can we somehow link them and,
Well, that's
There's more
why the special
hearing,
permit.
too, I mean.
yeah, in hearing, yeah.
Yeah, that's why the special permit.
We hold the special permit, so we can say no.
Yeah,
And
so.
most of those
remember-
trees across that by Oakhurst are maybe 60 to 65 feet tall, if that. Now you're talking if the building is, if it's raised up in any way on that property.
Right.
Well, it's
and plus-
mean.
Plus with any
Right.
kind of units on the roof, now
Yeah.
you're talking, it's definitely visible from quite a ways.
But Lackey Dam Estates, I can see the top of those trees easily from my
Yeah,
house,
and-
just the
and
first
me,
floor,
so-
so it's gonna be, 60 feet is gonna be seen, even with the buffer, I would be real surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, and the bylaws don't guarantee, especially if you live on a zone line, even if you don't, that a use won't be seen. There's no such thing in anybody's bylaw, that a
No,
use won't be
yeah.
seen, but you wanna mitigate it, you
Right.
really wanna do your best to try to balance that and mitigate it. So,
It just
Yeah.
seems 60 feet seems like, you know,
Right, so I don't
I know these
know-
are big businesses and it would be great for the town if we could
Yeah.
score them.
I wish I could tell you what the deal break is.
No, I
I
understand.
don't, I would be shocked if the number they floated is the absolute number they need. But I can't tell you that.
No, and I
don't wanna
understand
throw the.
that. No,
But is it even relevant if Douglas is at 40, 45 feet, does
Oh,
it
no,
even
cause
matter?
they're going up to 60
I
and
don't
Uxbridge
think
is
Douglas
going up.
is at
Oh, they
45,
are?
I think we are at 60 already.
I know theirs is higher. I thought
think
it
we're
was
at-
Oh, I
40
thought
to
you said
50.
it was, I thought you said it was 40, 45 feet.
I thought it was 40, 45.
No.
I can tell you Douglas is much more permissive than Sutton and Uxbridge.
Oh,
Douglas is.
I wouldn't say that, I definitely wouldn't say that, but
In terms of height and dimensional, they really are.
They may be on that, but as far as working with a town,
Look it up.
I would prefer to work
And there's
with
really no
Sutton and with you.
Well, see, that's just, that's a whole different ball of wax. But-
Why can't we just keep it at 35?
Yeah.
Well, you're just kissing the business goodbye, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, 100%.
And again, we're not here for the revenue, so.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
let's be
Yeah.
honest, we
Yeah.
need care less.
Yeah. If it's at
Because our taxes are never
35,
gonna go down.
yeah, if it's at 35, there's
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, our property, exactly, thank you,
I
Vicki.
kinda have,
So how do we put a push in to keep it at 35?
you know,
I think you just told the board what you wanted. Now they're gonna make a recommendation from their position and their responsibility in their seat. And then you can make the argument on the town meeting floor. So, so the question is, and I just can't, I would be surprised if 60 is the number they needed. But I don't know that. I can tell you 35, they wouldn't propose pain unless they needed to propose pain. They cannot operate, yeah, there's no modern warehouse that operates with racking at 35 feet.
No.
It just doesn't happen.
I mean, in all honesty, if I couldn't see it from my house, I'd be all for it. But the only way that would be possible, based upon the locations of most of our homes, because we're kind of up above Oakhurst. So it would actually have to be almost like a bunker dug down and built up, you know,
Oh, I don't have it on this computer.
in that kind of sense. That
I
would be
actually
the only
have
way
a,
where it wouldn't impact our home
Jen-
values.
I have a program that'll do
And
it.
Jen,
Google is Pro.
so for the board, obviously,
Yeah, so-
and new board members hear it from me every time they come onto the board. When I arrive, I walk here. When I hit the stairs, Bob Larger sits out at home. I sit here and I have to do what I think is gonna be the best thing for the town, not for any one
As a whole.
individual, myself included.
It's a hard one.
So we have to think bigger than that, and it's 10:30, so
What do you want?
there's an elephant in the room. I think
Two.
we gotta vote.
So you got two things, 60 feet or less, or 50 feet or more. Those are your two.
So my proposal is 50 feet in height and 100 foot setback. She missed that due to that loud noise.
I got it.
50 feet and 100
50 foot in height
Yes.
100 foot setback, yes.
50-foot height.
and 100 foot.
Which we still hold the special permit, so just
No,
cause
I
we
meant-
put
yeah,
50
yeah.
foot doesn't mean 50 foot's coming. Hold the special permit, so we can't say no.
Yeah, but you can't go
And that's
higher than
right there,
50
right?
without a variance, and you know
That's
that's
the
not gonna get granted. Well, I shouldn't say
This
that.
is the
One
50 we're
did.
talking
if
about,
they,
right?
if they
This is all
didn't have to
100.
go for variance to get 60 feet,
They're
and
talking
had to
about
go,
this
that's
one.
where we gotta
This
start
should
doing
be
little
at
site
least
things
Is it-
to see if
50
we can
feet
Yeah.
from
see
any
it.
But
resident.
you
Yeah.
have to meet one of the
Yeah.
criteria, and this is why a
50
developer in
or 100,
Massachusetts, if they think they're gonna have to get variance, they just won't
Yeah.
go here. They'll just go to
50
Rhode
more
Island.
feet.
To make a successful variance, you have to say, you have to prove why owing to, ready? Circumstances related to shape of lot, topography,
Yeah, right,
or
yeah.
soil conditions, you are entitled to more height. You can't make the argument, it doesn't happen.
Right.
Unless a
My
zoning board
driveway
just
is
gives it to
100
you.
feet.
And
100 feet.
our zoning board doesn't
100
just
foot
give it.
setback.
So it
Absolutely.
just doesn't happen.
60 feet with special permit, I'm gonna say.
So right now,
You gotta
Wait a
provide
minute.
screening so they can't see it.
so the
When you
board
say
will
100,
vote
it's really
to recommend
75.
something
Right,
specific
yeah.
tonight.
You're gonna have to provide screening so people don't see it.
The 21st,
Is the meeting where it would get actually
what you
voted on.
see on
And
that
that's-
screen is exactly what will be in the warrant with
There's
any
a
changes
40
they
foot.
make
You gotta
tonight.
stack them so
That
high
road.
that you
And
gotta do
then
that.
60, so-
somebody can stand up and say,
That
look,
goes to
this is how I
60
feel,
is
this is
what-
why.
Right.
And you can actually say, I move, as soon as you do, there's a number of people that are gonna cringe at you just cause of procedurally. I move that we reduce the height to this, or we increase the thing to that. And then the town clerk's gonna make you come down and write it on a piece of paper, cause it has to be done. And then that amended motion will go to the floor, people will vote on the amendment, and then you go back to the main motion,
50 to 100.
the article with that new height in there. That's why you try to get it straight before you go to the town meeting floor, or you have people yelling at you, are we voting on the amendment or the main? It's horrible, but really essential, and everybody should go and drag their kids, so they know how important it is.
If that 60 feet is in there and it's a special permit, can they deny a 60-foot building if they feel that it's too
If
visual?
they don't mitigate it, right, cause height
Yeah.
has an impact. So yeah, if, say, they propose an ugly building or a building with tons of HVAC on the top that looks horrible, and they refuse to screen it, or they refuse to do a berm and plantings, or they're like, no, you know, you should love us, we're coming to your community, just give us what we want, and they don't mitigate it, or don't make a sincere attempt to really mitigate it, then yeah, the board has the ability to deny a permit. We don't do it a lot unless it's obvious and egregious. If they give us $200,000 worth of landscaping and fencing, and somebody wants 210, we're not gonna deny it for 10,000, you know, but like I said, on Home Depot, we required, how high were they? 18-foot high sound walls around the whole backside of the project. I think some of them went to 21 feet. They were attenuating sound walls. We had sound experts that we made them pay for to come in. They couldn't have backup alarms on any fork trucks. They had to have strobe instead of sound backups. The board takes their responsibility in terms of mitigation, even on those lines, really seriously. 57 conditions, $3 million in mitigation.
They had to plant shrubbery so you didn't look at the wall.
Yeah.
And they said,
Yes.
okay.
Jen,
Yeah.
if it's a permitted use, that buffer is still there.
The buffer is still there, even if it's a permitted use.
Unless it's
You just
permitted in
can't,
abutting.
it's hard to say no at that point if they don't give you, it's easier to say no if it's a special permit. But the buffer's still required, whether it's permitted or
Okay,
not.
that was a
It's still
clarification.
required.
And
It's
so a
just
lot-
stronger. The special permit's just stronger.
So a lot of that language is, as a developer, let's see, Sutton says it's special permit, and they got 50 feet, and they want all this buffer. This town, Douglas, wants 60 feet and doesn't care about the buffer. That's where we're going, right out of the gate, because it's been permitted
That's
versus
just the way
special
they do
permit.
business.
And things like this happen, so.
Yeah, I mean, having done it for 20 years, I don't think it happens as much as you might think, to be honest. If they want a site, they
Depends.
go for it.
Depends.
Whether it's a special permit or
Because
permitted.
it's geologically located,
usually a
you know,
combination of
strategic or
things.
something.
Whatever's the better site, I think they.
Yeah, unless somebody throws tax increment financing at them,
Well,
which
I
we
mean,
try to
if
do.
you, exorbitant fees, of
But
course.
yeah.
Now,
Oxford.
we understand as a board, your job is the benefit of the town as a whole.
Right.
You know, and we're just here as
No, I'm
a
glad you're all
little
here.
portion of that town expressing our concerns over
Right.
what we feel is gonna be a major impact on our property values.
And if they
that's the
take
way
the
it
bait, and if they take the bait,
Mm.
and it's a 100-foot buffer, at 60 feet, they'll know that you are all here, and it's, you know, we don't wanna see it. That's, they're gonna, that's loud and clear.
The attorney has already
Could
asked
we
me
go
to.
more than 100 if they were to go
Immediately
settle
arrested
term?
and all shook out, so, cause they.
If they
wanna
get
know.
above a certain threshold, it adds to the buffer.
Yeah, that's a good
It
question.
always, yeah.
That's
But
another-
see, there's
I
different.
mean, not to convolute things too much, but I mean,
I've
talking
been
about
planning for 30
significant
years.
building.
There's
So
crazy
it's
to
100,
me,
and if they
there's
go over
reasonable.
35, it's a
All I'm
foot
hearing
per
today
foot.
is reasonable to me.
In
They're
addition to the
really
Yeah, they-
normal concerns that anybody would have.
It's creative in the table.
You know, there's definitely some people
Can we do
that
that?
just, yeah.
I'm sure we could.
Is the.
Jen? Could we,
So
I
the,
think-
on the floor.
could,
Go
could
ahead.
could we somehow word it that, that the 100-foot buffer, the 100-foot buffer was 60 feet, but if they go over 60 feet, if somehow attach the
Oh,
buffer.
scale it.
Well, yeah, no, I was saying over 35.
Scale
but
it.
foot per
Attach the
foot.
buffer from 30, attach the buffer to
Scale
the
it.
height.
So it'd be 100 feet for a 35-foot building, then over 35, it's a 1-to-1 addition to the buffer to get to 60, if they want it that bad.
Well, it
Well,
should be
wait a
a bigger.
That's my,
five
I'm
by
not
one.
you guys, that's my
No, no, but that's
proposal.
just-
Killing me, Paul, with this language.
I'll create an algorithm and we'll make it work.
Do you know how many times I've had to explain the regularity factor, Paul? I am not explaining what you just described to me.
No, it's just a way to give a little bit more peace of mind.
Yeah, so
They're
where
getting
were you
a larger
going?
building.
We'd rather have a formula, regressive formula or something along those lines. Make a
It's just a
calculation.
1-to-1 ratio over 35 feet.
So you were talking, originally you were saying 50-foot height, 100-foot setback. So if you wanna allow flexibility to go to a 60-foot height, you're saying, then you start at 100 and you have to add on to it if you wanna
That's
go
what I'm
taller.
saying. Yeah, I'm saying from 35, but if you start from 50, then that's something.
It's 2 to 1.
Let's be 1-to-1 from wherever you start.
The only thing I think about with that is I hate to cast something in place when, depending on where the building could be placed, you might not even see it you know, I hate to automatically increase the cost when they could place it where you're not gonna see it. That's the only thing I'm saying.
They know where it's going already, they wouldn't be asking for the height if they didn't know where it was going.
There might be a reason why I just asked that question.
Yeah, I was going to ask earlier, do we know where, I mean, this could
I
be,
know,
this is just gonna be
again-
the start, cause other businesses will follow
Right.
probably, but where they're
In
looking
terms
now,
of-
is it close to 146, is it close to the
Two
Main
businesses.
Street, or closer
You've got
to
two
Lackey
businesses.
Dam?
You've got two businesses.
This
And
one-
those two businesses will be, likely be it on that side of the highway.
So it'll be at the corner of Lackey Dam and Oakhurst,
No.
working your way up towards
Those can't be.
the vet?
There's a wetland there.
No, we're talking closer to
You've got-
146
You've got
at
the
Lackey
power
Dam.
line and you have the pipeline.
So it can't be right
So it's not gonna be right there.
Huh? Who?
It's not gonna be right up there because the power line, the right from the,
You can't build a structure under the power line,
Right.
or on the pipeline.
So those, that.
But you're straddling town lines with at least one of those.
160.
How far does wetlands go? I hate to scare the
Not far, not on that corner.
businesses away.
They go
60 tall.
probably 200 feet anyways, but they go in a distance. Yeah, they still go in 200, I mean, compared to the rest of the property. Yeah, from that corner, you won't see anything, because it's forested wetland and they can't touch it. Unless they mow it all down and fill it, which would be crazy, because our commission's gonna require them to recreate it and put in 60, 70
Are you
foot
talking
trees.
off of Main Street or off of the Lackey Dam exit?
There's two exits at,
Walmart is Main Street.
right. That exit would see the least impact.
Lackey Dam down near where the mine thing is and the Dunkin' Donuts and the gas station, yeah.
That, now, when I talk impact, I'm talking about traffic impact, truck impact. That exit would see the least impact. The building placement, there's two businesses proposed. At least one of them's gonna need to straddle town lines, so you know where that pushes it.
There'd be no entrance, so there'd be no entrance there, exit off.
It's pushing it down, no, no, that's.
Pushing it.
Not for that. Not for
That's right. For the power lines.
160.
So, but again, we can speculate all day, and they may have just
Can we call them both?
given us a conceptual plan that, I would think they gave us a conceptual plan as what they're thinking about, but it was
They can't put
conceptual
them
as the
70
day
off
it's
the
not
road, so.
drawing a sketch.
Can't you just tell Mike where the where's the entrance and exits? You don't know?
They don't know yet.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's a whole nother.
Both of these will
Yeah.
be abutting both town properties, is what you're saying, though? Is that what I'm following, or no? At least one of them will be
At least
abutting,
one of them will have to straddle town lines to work.
and the other one,
Douglas or Northbridge? Douglas.
Douglas and Sutton.
The other one can go in any one of the town
Okay.
by itself.
All right, well.
So,
Okay, so,
so Jen.
So you
Hey,
had-
Jen,
Yes.
as a point to this table, if we left 60 feet in there, it's got two asterisks.
yep,
Can we add a sentence or so about mitigation of visual impact?
oh, you can add anything you want, pretty much.
So we allow 60 feet, but that requires sprinklers and this and that, the other thing, and mitigation of
That
visual
addresses-
impact,
addresses
along
the visual
residential
impact.
areas.
It's kind of foofy wording, I'm just saying.
We do what?
I mean, yeah, you can.
That's a relative term.
At 10:30?
Yeah.
I'm better in
I
the
mean, it's
morning.
special permit, so I really, you know, I've worked with you guys
We're gonna do it
over
anyways.
20 years. I have a certain level of comfort with it being a special permit, but, I mean, I think that 50 should not stand, that 50 needs to be greater, and I'm,
It's 100, it's gotta be 100.
okay, so we've settled that, 100-foot setback stays in.
Absolutely
So,
stays in.
and that 100 set is from the zone line, so part of it's in the right of way, and I'll check with our people on how wide the right of way actually is. And correct the state if they're wrong. So now you've got a 100-foot setback. Now, are you gonna allow the 60-foot height? Are you gonna allow the 60-foot height, and you want me to put some strongly worded language in there so they at least know the intent coming in? Or do you want to do something different with it?
60
That
foot
doesn't
for me.
involve a formula that's too crazy, like somebody suggested.
It's a I guess someone can make a motion to,
We don't,
do it in more than 100 feet.
I don't need a motion on that, you're gonna need a motion very shortly, but
Right.
not on
Well,
that,
we need-
just
But it
The 100
applies to
feet.
everything we just
I
did.
think the board is,
100 feet?
gonna move
100
forward.
feet.
The 100 foot is absolute for us.
100 feet, 100 feet,
100 feet, yeah.
That's 3 right there.
100 feet, okay, so 100 feet is done.
Yeah.
Now just give me a decision
On the
on
height.
60?
Do the same thing, go right
Or
across.
60
Start
with
with Marion
wording.
and go the other way.
Oh,
So,
sure.
Go ahead.
She's giving you the chance to talk
Yeah,
first, so
there
you
you
don't have
go.
to decide.
Yeah.
Right, so, as you were saying?
There's a 100-foot
100
buffer.
foot buffer
Got
is
that.
now done.
That's the limit on height.
Got it.
So are you okay with 60 feet? Or do you think it should be something less than 60 feet or some animal in between?
60 feet, but with some language about,
Visual mitigation,
yeah,
okay?
yeah,
Scott?
sightlines.
Agree. Same thing.
Bob?
60 feet, and we're gonna be about visual stuff.
I agree.
Anything? You look like you had a thought there, and you have good thoughts.
No, I mean, I've seen like the Boston Food Bank I've been to, it's like 60, 70 feet their storage, and that's, how they store is going up
Right.
instead of going out, so.
Right.
But I think, like you
It's
said,
more
with,
expensive this way.
with
Yeah.
provision, with some language in there, and I think through the special permit process, we've been able to many times mitigate it to the best of our ability. Doesn't mean you can't see it, can't see that, but
Uh-huh.
I think we've done that in the past and will continue doing that, and that will
Okay.
help mitigate the,
I'm fine with that, 60 with language.
Okay, so 60, and I'll add some language, which you're gonna have to help me with, but I'll get some strong language, and then you just tell me if it's good or not.
What happens if they, did we say if they go to 50, do they gotta decrease the height?
If they go to who?
If-
The setback is 100 no matter how
No matter
tall
how
they
much,
are.
okay.
We went 100 on the setback.
Another
So,
conversation.
even if they only need 35 feet, they still got a 100-foot setback.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Now, the definition of warehouse.
Remember to show up at town meeting though, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
another
you
void,
can-
so absolutely, please do. Please do.
Good one.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
so the
sir.
definition of warehouse and distribution is from the NAICS, so no change there.
Did he retire? He doesn't do it now?
Okay, let's just do the last one.
For these designers, we see some.
Yeah, that's what I was here, but he used to work for.
Which is the accessibility and
Yep,
adaptability?
the accessibility one.
What's,
I think he just came in. helped us.
Guys, we have to finish the meeting, so can you step outside?
Use our office, you
Thank
can
you.
go in the
Yeah, you
office.
can use my office.
bylaw now,
Huh?
what else is that, was that it for the bylaw?
We're gonna do the recommendation vote, so you can hang if you want. Okay, so
so-
this is the one we're doing now, and then we're gonna do a vote to recommend on each of them separately. So now this is CCRC. As Bob recommended, I reached out to Mike Kennedy with the Center for Better Living. He's a ADA advocate. And we talked about this a little bit. Now, town council was very clear that he did not agree with the building commissioner, that when we start getting into different elements, that we're in conflict with code. That echoes. So, so we can list things, according to council, we can list things if we want. So I had a conversation with Mr. Kennedy today, and you'll recall we had a list of things originally, things we wanted to work in to go towards accessibility. Otherwise, the CCRC bylaw is really just a condo bylaw. We don't promote things that help you from retirement on as you age, then what is it? It's not really anything different than a regular condo. So we're putting in this accessibility section. So based on my conversation with Mike Kennedy, I changed the title of this section to accessibility and adaptability. And that's because of some definitions that are contained in the Massachusetts Architectural Access Code. The second revision after my conversation with the building commissioner was, the only thing we would require in all units was a first floor master, and then 25% of all the units would have to completely meet CMR 521. That's when I bounced it off a builder or two, and they said, do you realize what is in CMR 521? If you wanna make sure no more of these projects get built, require that a quarter of them have to comply with that. Now, it's not our job to make a builder profitable, but why would we do a bylaw that's never gonna get used when we want to encourage housing, particularly for people as they retire and age? So, I talked to Mike, and Mike said some interesting stuff. And that should say, regardless of the type of, not OG. Okay, so let's look at this. So this is a result of my conversation with Mike. If you build affordable, say like a 40B project of continued care housing, like if you were building at one, not like Wedgewood Farm, which was not 40B, but 5%, under state law, 5% would have to be fully code compliant, which is not a big number when you think about 5%, really. The rest would have to be adaptable. And what does that mean? You have to be able to easily adapt them to the needs of disabled people without having to do structural changes to a building. So, we can get into the meat of that more, but it's not onerous. We went through it in great detail. It's not a lot of onerous stuff. And he did give me some examples, which during that discussion got shuffled all over the place. So, that, for instance, is when you're building a bathroom, a new house, you put blocking, when you put in the 16-inch on center studs, you put blocking where a handhold might go sometime in the future. So you just put an extra piece of wood at 30 whatever inches, literally a 2x4 at that height, and then you enclose the wall. That's adaptability. You plumb a vanity, instead of plumbing it straight down into the floor, you plumb it out the wall and then down. So you can pull off the vanity portion and roll under it with a wheelchair instead of having to replumb that whole line.
And who knows that's been done when you live there in that unit?
Huh? That it's been adaptable?
Yeah, how do you know that?
I
You
don't
live
know
there.
how you know that. I guess we
Tap
would
on
have
the
it
wall,
certified
you-
by the building commissioner as it goes up. So the other units would have to be adaptable. Now those costs were pretty minimal. But if you're uncomfortable with that, you can pull that they absolutely will be adaptability, and you can put in slightly foofier language that on all other units, the developer will consider adaptability in the initial build, and we'd cite some things, for example. And then, but in any case, these 5 things are things that Mike thought were very important as you retire, as you age, and not just if you have a permanent disability, which his is, I think, a T6 spinal fracture, so he's been in a wheelchair for quite some time. But even if you have a knee replacement and you end up getting screwed up and you're in a wheelchair just for a month, or just the things that happen as you age that might take you out of the game for a bit, that these 5 things are these 4 things are very important. First floor master bedroom, which we all agreed to from day one. 36-inch interior and exterior doors. I said, whoa, why not 32? And he said, because, and we were talking about this because I learned a lot of this when my father had his stroke and we cared for him for 14 years in a house built in 1885, that no such thing as a 32-inch door, never mind a 36-inch door in a house that old for the most part, unless they're big doorways, so we had to take all the doors off. If you have a 32-inch door with a door on it for privacy, say for a bathroom, you can't, it's not enough room to get the wheelchair through because of the cock of the door when you push it all the way open.
The opening, yeah, the doors.
So it has to be a 36, or you're taking it off the hinge, or you're pocket dooring it, which is almost always more expensive. So you could allow a 32-inch door, but it would have to be a pocket door. So So you could say that, you can have a 32-inch door, but it's gotta be a pocket door. So 36 interior, and he said that's just for common kind of decency. So somebody can wheel into a bathroom in particular and close the door behind them. They are not in a room where you have to put up, like in my mother's house, a rod across the door with no door and a curtain on it, because no wheelchair can get through that door. And even then, it had wicked drag marks from the wheels. At least one entry shall be level. He did tell me to just double check this with the building commissioner. He's actually fine with 6 inches. Not because he can do it in his wheelchair most of the time, unless it's a up to down, but because it can be ramped like that. 6 inches can be very easily ramped with a very short piece of wood. So he said to just double check with John, because somebody, I think it was Randy Waterman, said he wasn't allowed by code to do full level.
Yeah.
And I thought
remember
John
that.
said that's only in certain regions where you have to have a lip in terms of water or flooding or something like that. So he said if you can get at least one level entry, do it, but double check with the building commissioner. And he said other than that, 6 inches, because 6 inch can be easily ramped in almost every case. And this one, this is 2 different ones, that's why I kept saying 5. He said what has been huge in his life and everybody he advocates for is a full bath on the first floor. Because almost everybody has half baths on the first floor. Then what do I do when I need to have a shower or get cleaned up? Full bath, first floor. Now, if at all possible, the ideal is a 60-inch radius clear floor space, but you can get along with less than that. He said there was a T drawing in the thing. I don't know if I can put a T draw. I can put anything I want in the like we can do this T drawing right in our bylaw, but just from my own experience, even a 36-inch, like the depth of a wheelchair with a typical person sitting in it, just that radius turn would work. You don't need 5 feet. 5 feet's ideal. But he did say a lot of the homes he advocates in, a lot of the new ones, people are just building bigger bathrooms because they don't want the closets. But I'm like, yeah, but 5 feet clear, that's pretty big. That's a big bathroom. 5 foot clear. No tub, no sink, no toilet in that 5 foot swing.
That's why there's a Bed Bath & Beyond, there's all these businesses, and they just focus on the bathroom and make them big. It's the most expensive room in the house.
So, are you okay with 5% of units having to be fully compliant?
Yes.
Yeah? Do you think we should say all the other ones have to be adaptable per the definition, or just have some language that they will keep adaptability
On the table.
in consideration on all the other ones, and give some examples? You know, if it's just putting blocking in a shower wall, everybody should do that. But I don't understand this code like Mike understands this code. So I don't know if it's 2 things or 20 things, and so I'm a little leery about that. Again, I don't wanna drive the price of a product up so much that you never get a decent product.
There's gotta be a whole list of things like that.
There has to
Like
be.
door handles, if you have arthritis,
You
you
need a
can't
flipper
turn knobs,
handle.
you want a lever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
do you
making
say
it
put lever
mandatory.
doors on there, or is that something you modify
So
later?
not
Not
mandatory,
mandatory.
just,
I don't know.
Well,
List
that
of
would
things
not
that
be
we-
by nature be
The
adaptable.
first time
It's
I'm hearing the
adaptable
word
'cause you can-
adaptable,
you
and I
can
like
buy a
that,
bunch of them and-
that at least you're recognizing that these units, not everyone's gonna be as healthy as Mike Hagan. You know, that we're all gonna, so adaptability is I like the.
so the
first time I'm hearing
language
it.
of adaptability, but not black and white.
But the language of adaptability is recognizes that we're all getting older, and we need to be able to function and stay. We want to stay in our houses, so that extra piece of wood in the stud, that's stuff like that. That's adaptability. Speaks to that stuff. The width of the door speaks to that stuff. I mean,
So,
how much more expensive can a door be for 4 inches?
Yeah,
They
so
buy
can,
'em-
let's
they buy
skip
'em in
over
bulk.
adaptability for a minute then just go to that list. First floor master, yes, right? 36-inch interior, and that's what Mike said. He
Yeah.
talks to builders, they order their doors in bulk.
Right.
They are not paying that much more in bulk, they're just not. So, if we're okay with that, at least one entry shall be level unless the building
Or
commissioner
6
tells me,
inches.
but no more than 6 inches.
No more than 6 inches.
Are we okay with that?
Yep.
And a first floor master bath, yes.
Yeah.
But, or a first floor full bath, not, it doesn't have to be master, I
Yes.
guess. But what do we think about the 60-inch radius and,
Well,
right?
Yes, but I don't think 5
feet.
feet.
And that's why I was saying, to my own personal experience with my dad, I didn't need 5 feet. I mean, I could
I
have,
think it's them independently being in the bathroom to be able to move it around.
to maneuver. Yeah, so
Well,
do
then-
we wanna
then get out of
require?
the chair, so you,
Yeah.
if you're standing up in front of your chair, then you're.
Yeah, Mike
you-
doesn't
Bigger
get out
bathrooms
of
are
it.
always
Now,
nice
this
anyway.
This is on
Mike
every
doesn't
unit.
get out of the chair, ever, when he's,
Yeah.
that's what's going on.
Well, he was reading to me from code, cause he
Right.
didn't wanna just shoot from the hip. He said, this is what the code says, but we're talking about these last few requirements in every single unit in a CCRC. So we're saying 5% of them are gonna have that, cause that's part of the architectural access. They are having the 5-foot space. But on every other unit, we want to show we're thinking about that and our needs, whether they're all the time like Mike Kennedy, or just when we're having the knee replaced and it's not going well, you know? So do we wanna mandate a clear radius in every unit, and if so, 60 seems big in every unit.
This is a CCRC meant for continued care.
Yes.
So, it's 60. I mean, it's meant for continued care, it's meant for looking towards that population.
Right.
Bigger bathrooms are nicer.
Have you read CMR 521, section 5?
Section 5 is the definition.
Oh, that's only the definition.
Yeah.
There's
Adopt-
not, there's not a lot, there's not a bunch of suggestions of what adoptability means.
No, it then refers to section 42.2 and 56.4 that have the lists.
I don't
There
think
is
they
a
can
list.
There
mandate
is a list, I just did not get to that list today. So, I mean, we can look at it if you want, but.
Why not just reference the list and let those things
Well,
happen?
but how do you want every unit in the CCRC to have to meet all of the adaptabilities, or do you just wanna pick some key ones? I mean, I don't know if the list is 5 long,
Or 500.
500 long, I don't know.
Or do you do a percentage of other units?
The majority of-
50%
Or 50%
know.
of the list,
Or a majority, you have to work in a majority of the adaptability provisions in,
majority of the units?
Because if you say you have to meet the adaptability and that list is 500 long,
Yeah.
you might just be pushing away every CCRC that might be coming into town.
right.
Because they're not gonna wanna meet 500 adaptability things on every unit they build. But if we pick
Boy,
out key
we're
ones.
getting awfully specific.
We are.
That's what I'm
We
saying. If
are,
we say,
but-
if we
We
say
are really getting
mandatory,
specific.
if we're saying mandatory, we have to be specific, so they have to meet that.
Right. So, or we can just stick with, you gotta have a first floor master, you gotta have a first floor full bath, gotta have 36-inch doorways.
So this came up from Mike. These are like the primary things
These
that
are the
Mike's
primary
opinion.
things he runs into when he's advocating for
Yeah,
people.
alright.
Is being able to, it's, his thing on the bathrooms was being able to get in and close the door behind you. That was the most important thing to most of the people he dealt with, is having the same privacy we take for granted, being able to shut the door behind you.
An attorney, and I know Mike well, and I've been at his house, and I've been with him at other events, yeah, and then he doesn't get out of his wheelchair, he just
Yeah.
wants the privacy to empty the bag and
It's just shutting the door behind you.
Yeah.
So how much into the weeds do we wanna get?
I like the list of 5.
Just, and
the
including.
60, I'm wondering if anyone ever said, I like this place, but the bathroom's too big, so I'm not gonna buy it.
I think that's where
Yeah.
it's going, right?
Bathrooms can't be too big.
So leave those 5 and do foofier language on adaptability? That you'll take it into consideration?
Yeah, they should take into consideration meeting these 5.
Oh, no, no,
At
no.
least these 5.
See, that's not where I was going. I was going, these are mandatory, these 5.
Okay,
All
yeah,
units.
that too, that.
These,
These
I was
5 are
saying all
mandatory.
units have to have these 5, but Mike was saying the way affordable projects that are elderly work is 5% have to meet every
Yeah.
aspect of the architectural aspects, and the rest have to meet the definition of adaptable, which adaptable includes just the things like the blocking in the shower walls, the pipes that go that way through the wall instead of straight down. But again, I don't know if that adaptable list is 5 or 500.
Well, you know, what does the definition say to answer this question? I mean,
I
we
actually
don't
can
know
look it
what-
up.
We don't know what that says.
You want me to-
And we
he
don't know
did
how
read
many
it to
things
me.
are on the list. If it says you must provide the following, and there's 497 things.
Okay, so let's go.
You know, we don't know that.
Right.
It's
Five
11 o'clock, we may as well, Miriam's gone to sleep and woke up again, so we may as well.
I wish.
She's
So
up
we
for
may
round
as-
2.
We may as well, see if it's got 5 things on it or 300. Mike just called in sick tomorrow. I saw him.
Today.
Today. Oh, for tomorrow.
Oops, I put in the wrong section number. Now I'm going by what Mike told me, so he better give me, he might have been blowing smoke and just been throwing numbers at me because I didn't know what they meant. Definitions, look at that. Woohoo! All right. CMR 5 definitions. Table of, right here. Definitions. Okay. Adaptability and adaptable. The ability of certain building spaces and elements, such as kitchen counters, sinks, and grab bars, to be added or altered so as to accommodate the needs of persons with or without disabilities or with different types or degrees of disability. Adaptable is can readily be made accessible to, functional for, and safe for use by persons with disabilities without structural change. And that's when so those are very broad. And then he gave me section 42.4. Oh, can I just go back to table of contents? CMR 5 CMR 5. Go to math. Table of content. Okay. CMR 5 was definitions. CMR reach ranges. CMR 6. 42 point. Apparently this has a ton of stuff in it. Purchase. Okay. Yikes. All right. Oh, there's the 5-foot clear he was talking about. See it? 60. But where's adaptability? Wow.
Oh, boy.
This is just for wheelchairs.
Worms.
Diagrams and worms.
So we can't do that.
See?
Nice idea, but we can't do that.
5, 2, 1.
Let's do the 5 and forget about the adaptability. For now.
Those are adaptable items, so let's
Yeah.
keep those a list of 5.
So do
Yeah.
It's a
those
short
and then
list of
do
5.
some more
Yeah.
homework
Yeah.
on adaptability. So do first floor master, first floor full bath,
36 foot, or 36 foot.
36-inch interior and exterior doors, 1 level entry, and in no case more than 6 inches.
So where does CMR 521 come in? Who mandates that somebody follow that? Who does that? Town of
It's-
Sutton?
Yeah,
So it's been written for towns to adopt
yeah.
or enforce. That's what the
Enforce.
point of it is.
Yeah, well, and I guess the way Mike described it is like the building commissioner has to enforce 780 CMR, the actual building code. That's his job, is to make sure everything complies with that. It's every builder who's hired to do an ADA job, it's technically their job to make sure they are in full compliance with 521 CMR.
Yeah.
But our building commissioner has to have at least a working knowledge of 521 CMR, so he can see if there's any big things missing, and I assume on most projects where it's required, he must require certification from somebody. He's got to, because he can't know everything about every CMR. The CMRs are like giant.
You judge a lot of them.
But so the way Mike described it is, it's the builder, that's responsible for compliance with this, but our building inspector has to have knowledge.
We've done our job, we've reached out, and we've done the best we can with the limited knowledge that we have, but we're aware of it, and hopefully, this moves it, puts us in the right direction, and if it needs to get tweaked, we can do that at future meetings.
Do you need a motion?
So we need two motions. The first one is to recommend the MTMC articles as we revise them tonight.
Let's do this one first, since we're sitting here.
Okay.
I make a motion that we include accessibility and adaptability and adaptability. Great.
It is 11:05.
Language as presented and discussed this evening in the,
Alright,
in the
so we're
bylaw.
recommending
We're
town meeting.
recommending this be added in,
Okay.
yes, that's what
Need
I'm
a second.
recommending.
I second that.
Thank you.
Kyle second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Boom,
Opposed?
okay,
I
so
make a
now,
motion that the, what is it, MMTR or
we
something?
recommend the bylaws related to the MTMC district
MTMC as discussed this evening.
discussed and revised tonight.
With the additional language under the double asterisk, which says, applicant shall demonstrate and provide sufficient mitigation of visual impact along the residential zoning district boundary during the site plan review application process.
And you're gonna email that to me?
No,
Or
I wrote
hand
it
it to
down.
me? Okay, good. 'Cause that was really
Good
good.
man.
I'll make that second.
We have a
Wait, no,
second.
we have to pass that hour.
That language.
That includes the 100.
Good luck, it's scribbled a lot.
And a 100-foot buffer, 60 feet with that as the double asterisk addition.
Got you. Vote.
Can you read that?
All those,
You're an engineer just like Michael, you write almost just like him, so I got it.
Like crap.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh my goodness, motion to adjourn.
Oh, yes, second.
And we have to make the motion.
I make a motion to
Mike
adjourn.
Gagan.
Oh, Mike Gagan.
Miriam is the second.
There you are.
Yeah.